Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for ECN, and already our European cricket season is well underway. 2 days in the bank in Cyprus. I'm here in Gibraltar in the shadow of the Rock at the magnificent Europa Sports Complex. Over the next 11 nights, we'll be bringing you the first night series of the season. This is the ECSN Gibraltar, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Good evening to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. Mr. Maximo here for the first time in season 2024. Although I have been lurking, I have been watching already. Like I said, we're well underway with 2 days in Cyprus. In fact, these two series will run side by side. They both finish on Sunday, the 28th of January, with dual finals day. So there's a lot coming your way. I can't wait to get things started. So the format here, essentially, there's 5 teams and they'll play 8 matches in the qualifying stage. The top 4 will make it through to a finals day on Sunday. So we are going to get started, and we're going to get started with Tariq versus the Sloggers. Now, Tariq, we did see them back in 2022 in the night series. In fact, they topped the table before going down in a really tight final to the Culpay Giants. That ultimately meant that Tariq weren't able to play at the ECL in that year, 2022. And Sloggers, they're a team that are kind of a bit hit and miss. They've got some good recruits that I saw in their lineup, and last year they finished 4th in the competition, but they are a lot of fun to watch. So we're going to get started with match 1. Why don't we go over to Tyrone Peters? He's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Sloggers to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tails.
We'll have a bat.
Louis Bruce wins the toss for Tariq. Young captain, but a very, very good player. Louis Bruce, some extra responsibility from him. He decides that he wants to bat first, and I think we'll likely see him at the top of the order. He's been listed up the top with Alex Hillman. As far as the weather conditions, I've got a few questions about that already. It's 18 degrees, so it's pretty pleasant at the moment. We certainly have had some frigid nights here by the Rock in night series in seasons past, but you can see the sun just going down, and I think the artificial light taking over at the moment. So these are the 2 teams, and Louis Bruce listed to open with Alex Hillman, like I said. Delgado at 3, Gianni at 4. Puri's a good player at 5. Lee Sims, expect him maybe to get a crack with the ball as well. So Tariq, we did see them 2 years ago in the night series, didn't see them last year in the ECSN. Sloggers, though, they finished 4th last year, but they look to have recruited pretty well. It's a bit of a Costa del Sol feel about their team as well. AJ Crom leads them, and he's also going to be behind the stumps, and he's a brilliant wicket keeper. Keep an eye out for him. Ken Roy Nesta, KNS, well, he always gets tongues wagging with his performances. He's a big guy and he loves to smack the ball. Egan Danta's also a pretty handy player in there, but watch out for Dylan Henschel. I've got some good mail on him. He's a guy that plays his cricket in the UK, and he's got a bit of pace about him. Also, he's listed to open the batting with Stan Howarth. So almost ready to get underway. I want to give a big hello to everyone out there who is watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and of course everyone on FanCode. This is the Who Will Win predictor for the night series game 1, and Tariq, pretty big favourites there, 68%. Would have them as favourites, maybe not as much as that, just looking at the Sloggers lineup. I think a lot of pressure on a few. I'm looking forward to the battle between Henschel and Louis Bruce first up. But yeah, beautiful time of the day, sun going down at the moment. You can see the beautiful sunset. It's an amazing ground, Europa Point. So it's on the southern tip of Gibraltar. And Gibraltar, if you don't know, it's a country. It's only about 5 kilometres long and about 1 kilometre wide. And it is certainly a different part of the world. You can actually see Africa on a clear day as well. You can see Morocco, I think it's around about 26 kilometres or something across the water. So gives me an opportunity just to say hello to a few people in the chat. Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand, as well as SF Shohag, who's tuning in, Chris Ward, James Stewart from Estonia, Chris Smith, great to have you here as well. Jules is in. Terry's in as well, watching from Estonia, no doubt. I bet it's cold up there. Terry, how are things up there? And hello to everyone else. If I missed out, I'm shouting you out. I'll try and get to you when I can. I think Ian Lateen was even in for a little while. Trip and Kitty watching from the USA. And even Cosmic Nana watching from Texas. It's actually a pretty good time zone for the USA viewers, the night series. And we're going to get into it pretty shortly. Weather conditions here, yeah, currently 18 degrees. And the high today was 19, so it hasn't really dropped off from that. Of course, at this time of the year, you've got to watch out for the weather. So you do have some occasions where it gets very, very windy. And literally the ocean is to the left of screen, as you see it there. So when it gets windy and the wind comes off the water, it just sprays seawater across the ground. It's nice to be back. Had a bit of FOMO, I've got to say, watching Rico and Charlie. Charlie, of course, appearing in Cyprus for the first time today. First time in a while for Charlie. Great to have him back on board. And Rico, of course, always does a sensational job for us on ECN. If you had a few questions about where Nish is at the moment, and Nish is actually completing his compulsory military service in Cyprus. Otherwise, of course, he's kind of our Cyprus specialist, isn't he? So, yeah, Nish, all the best. Hopefully we see him a little bit later in the year. Assuming he passes it with flying colours. There's AJ Crom behind the stumps. So watch out for him already. I think the wind blowing the bails off, and we haven't even bowled a ball yet. But I think this should be a wonderful series. We'll go into the format of it as the night goes on, but essentially every night you'll see a double header, and that will happen 10 days in a row, and then the 11th day is a finals day. And I don't want to play a bit of mine is bigger than yours, but our finals day has 4 games. The Cyprus finals day only has 3. Just saying. There's Louis Bruce. That isn't our cameraman shaking his head. It's just the wind, I think, playing a bit of havoc. All right, here we go with the first ball of the night series. And as predicted, Henschel gets the new ball and he hurries up. Louis Bruce first up. And yeah, he's a guy, Henschel, that we haven't seen on ECN before, but the mail on him is he's got a bit of pace, and that certainly did his reputation no harm with that first delivery. This one bites away. It's going to be called a wide, of course. ECN rules pretty harsh on the wides. I think that one grabs a bit of the tram line as it goes over the popping crease. But yeah, hello everyone. How have you been? I've had a lovely little mini break. Even got back to Australia. I've got to say, this time last week I think I was on the beach. He goes for it straight down the ground. Nervous moments, but he gets the journey. Louis Bruce off the mark. First runs off the bat. 4 carreras. Yeah, just kind of checked the shot a little bit, didn't he? But it had enough to get over the infield and run away for the first boundary of the series. Yeah, so I went from something like 41 degrees to about -4 when I arrived back in Europe. He says just flicked away again. It's a bit of a teaser for the fielder, but it's going to go away to the boundary. And as James Scott there in the circle at fine leg, so kind of just losing his line a little bit, maybe getting a bit greedy here, Henschel. I mean, this is going to be a learning experience for Dylan too. He does play a good level of cricket. He plays for Blackpool in the UK, so I'm sure some of his club mates will be watching on at the moment. But this game, it's an impact kind of a game, isn't it? You only get 12 balls to make your presence felt as a bowler. He's used 3 of them already. And now this one is a bit more comprehensive from Louis Bruce as he turns it away. And Henschel just losing the handle once again. Check it out in the replay. And that one comfortably going over the fielder. 4 carreras más. Louis Bruce certainly looking pretty good. I mean, I think he's probably a bit fortunate that he survives the first ball, where he didn't really know what to expect from Dylan Henschel. Don't think anyone's had a look at him here in Gibraltar yet, but he got some bat on it, kind of jammed down on it, kept it out. But now he's kind of primed for the pace, isn't he, Louis? Very good young player. If you're watching out there and you're looking for a recruit, Louis Bruce might be your man. I think he'd benefit, from travelling a little bit with his cricket. This is some in-swing. So you can see with Henschel, he does kind of move it both ways. There was that second ball of the over that was actually called wide, kind of bit away a bit, right to left. A lot of them are kind of just sliding in. I wonder what he's thinking at the moment. But yeah, let's get interactive. It's just me, of course. Being a night series, just a couple of games a night. This is the one that does go away and it will be called another wide. So almost a replay of that second ball of the over. Yeah, hello to Dave B as well. Good to see you popping in. Steve McVeigh, always great to see you. Have you ever been to this ground, Steve? Gibraltar is a very interesting place. It's got many influences. It even has kind of its own language Janito. Right, goes after this off the end of the bat, though. Fielder coming around to his right. Will he reach it? Well, he does. And would you believe it, the rebound has knocked it over for 4. And that's Lee Rimmer down there. And Lee's a very, very good fielder. And expect to see him batting pretty high in the second innings. And look, there's one guy on the ground that can catch this. It's probably Lee. He gets there. And would you believe it? It was that, actually, you can't really see it there, but it's the kind of knee that comes down in the follow-through that kicks it across the line. Otherwise, I think it probably only would have been a single. So, bit of fortune for Bruce, who gets dropped on 12. Last ball of the over. And this is dragged off the inside half of the bat. This will go magical, the first over. And they're going to hustle back for 2. So, Dylan, welcome to ECN cricket. He goes for 21 in his first over. And that is the score, 21 without loss. 39 days until the European Cricket League. We'll talk about that a little bit as we go through the night as well. Calpe Giants will represent Gibraltar. Now, they won the GPL competition, so a lot of their players will be playing in this series, but you won't see the Calpe Giants in this particular night series. Calpe Giants represented Gibraltar in ECL 22 as well, and they won the first night series we did here in Gibraltar just earlier that year, but it's going to be bigger and better than ever. I know that Rico and Charlie have been talking about it a lot as well. 35 clubs, 7 groups of 5, no off days in the 4 weeks this time, and only 1 champion. Dreux are the defending champions from France. Hello to John Gray as well. Good to have you with us. Terry saying he always enjoys watching Louis Bruce bat. And he certainly was tested there, wasn't he? But he came out the other side. Alex Hillman's watched all that from the other end. I'd be pretty happy to watch it from 22 yards away, I think. And we're going to go to spin in the second over. So Lee Rimmer is going to bowl some off spin here in over number 2. Hillman faces his first ball. It's Lee's first. And it's a nice looking shot, crack through the offside. That's great fielding though. And that's the big man, Kenroy Nesta. I think that might have hit the batter, so they're not even going to think about a second one. But yeah, nice looking shot from Hillman first up. I was here last year towards the end of our Gibraltar series. I was here for the women, but I watched the men's night series just on TV like everyone else. Hillman looks so good so far. Get the strike back as Bruce will just work a single. I do like this change of pace. I think especially someone like Louis Bruce, he is used to coming in at the top of the order and facing the paces straight away. Tosses this one up, gets Hillman reaching, that sweeper out there. Of course, 3 over power play. I want to say quick hello to all the new viewers as well. Maybe a few new viewers to ECN this year, or maybe even today. Maybe it's your first time watching cricket from Gibraltar. Big welcome to you. Goes after this and picks out the fielder. It's the first wicket, and it's Henschel who's in the game. Well, he couldn't quite get Bruce in the first over. In fact, it was Rimmer that put down a difficult opportunity off him. But when it came to the reverse matchup, Henschel was up to it. And Rimmer gets the dangerous Louis Bruce. It's the first wicket of the series. And Tarek are 24 for 1. You can see Bruce knew the fielder was there, took him on and backed himself to get it over the rope, but he couldn't beat Henschel. And how important will fielding be in this series, or any series really? You can see Bruce, he is very disappointed to go for a well put together 19. Had a bit of luck, didn't he, in the first over as well. Remember, he was dropped. Strikes 4 boundaries in just 8 balls faced, so gets him off to a good start, but it's only a start really for Tarek, a team who topped the table back in 2022 before losing the final to the Calpe Giants. In fact, Steven Gonzalez is number 3 batter. You've got to say well done to AJ Crom, the captain of Sloggers as well. You see him behind the stumps there, deciding to go with Lee Rimmer. Those two have played a lot of cricket together for Costa del Sol. Just thinking that Lee was the man to get the early breakthrough, and he hasn't let his captain down. Gonzalez sticking around. Attempts a fairly agricultural shot. Won't get a single. There's Stan Howarth listed to open the batting in the second half of this innings. Slice past the bat. What a good over by Rimmer. And he's going to go for only 3 and brings things back at least to parity. Maybe they're even a bit ahead with the early wicket of Louis Bruce. It's 24 for 1 after 2. As So Terry said it's freezing, but lots of snow, so it's very beautiful in Talent. Yes, I've spent a lot of time there. It's a beautiful place. There the teams we'll see. Of course, you're seeing Sloggers and Tarak right here, but Bavaria will be playing, and Pirates actually the defending champions, as well as Rugby CC. And there's the regulation format here, our kind of typical 5-team format here, where they'll play each other twice, so they'll play 8 matches each team, and then top 2 will get the double chance, 3 and 4 will have to play the eliminator. And if they're going to win from 3rd or 4th, they're going to have to win 3 matches on finals day. So it's a big program towards the end. I said it in the introduction if you missed it. Finals day here, or finals night if you like, it's also finals day in Cyprus. So that's going to be a super Sunday. Here's Kenroy Nesta in over number 3, the last over of the power play. Down the leg side, and it's called a wide first up. Bit of a loosener from Kenroy, originally from St. Lucia. He's a guy that can hit the ball a long, long way. This one is pretty loose as well. Be a wide anyway. I think by checking if it's going to be a wide for height. I think regardless, it'll be the one for the over. No ball called. And Hillman works it away for 4, so that's a bit of a bonus. And he'll get a free hit. That'll be 5. Kenroy just not getting it right. Let's have a look at the foot here. Yeah, just overstretches. It's a good call, and I might as well give a shout out to the officials as well. It's always a really good team of umpires here in Gibraltar. We've got Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee for this series as well. Sunil Chandramani making the call on that occasion. Steve Mumford also officiating here in match 1. Oh, he's just completely lost this. This will be a no ball. Would have been a wide anyway for height, but that's for a second bouncer. And Kenroy, you can just see, remember it is the first game of the season for these guys, and so Kenroy just losing his rhythm, and now he's going to have to deal with a free hit. Well, there was no chance of that. That being a hit a ball delivery. Another no ball for front foot in the air. It was a free hit anyway. And it's nicely picked up by Henschel, who just zings it in. But again, let's have a look at Kenroy. A little step away. I mean, yeah, you can see the line belongs to the umpire, really. So he didn't have anything behind the line. It's good eyes by Sunil. Sunil would probably tell you he's pretty low to the ground in the first place to get in position to make those calls. And Terry just brings something up in the chat as well. This is another free hit. It's hit leg side, and in the power play, it's no protection out there. So Gonzalez gets off the mark with a boundary. Always nice to get a free hit earlier in your innings. And that actually was the first legal ball of the over. So it's a bit of a disastrous start for Kenroy, who might have to chase some of these down in the second half of this match. It's gone wide. No ball plus 4, and no ball plus 1, and 4. So it's 14 off the first ball, 84 economy. Pretty close. Maybe just going down the leg side, maybe a little bit of an inside edge. Wait and see. There's a signal. I think it was called a run in the end. It's back leg, so it's actually not that far away. I liked it. Maybe umpire's call on whether it's hitting or not, but I think the issue was there was a little edge on it. So it down looks like Kenroy's having a bit of a shocker here. And this is where if it was baseball, you just pull the hook and say, right, someone else have a go. But it's not helping for time either. Dave wants me to say hello to Tyrone. I certainly will. Hello to the robot. Actually, Robot's on holiday in New Zealand. How about that? James said, have I got anyone lined up for a guest spot behind the mic? The answer is, I have done some preliminary discussions. At the moment, it's just me. maybe for during the series. Oh, another wide. Oh, no, gets away from Crom momentarily. Don't think there was anything on this. Was there? Oh, maybe there was a little bit of glove. Yeah, no signal. So that's a big slice of luck. I thought just eyeballing it was a wide, but yeah, you see a little bit of reflection, which actually makes that a difficult chance for Crom behind the stumps, but it's got to go down as the drop catch. Lifted up leg side, Gonzalez. He's enjoying his work as well, isn't he, at the moment? He'll get 4, and it's over. Poor Kenroy probably feels like the pitch gets about 3 metres longer every time he bowls at the moment. Well, Dave, thinking I've come back from my Australian trip with a bit of an Australian accent, perhaps. Hello to Jacob as well, who's watching from Estonia. Jacob, I said hello to you in the chat yesterday, but nice to be back on the microphone. Feel right at home here, of course. This one's straight-ish, but looking for 2, and they're going to get it. It wasn't the best chase, let's say. And that's Gonzalez really showing that urgency, and Hillman was on board as well, and that was good communication. I think Hillman had the idea there for 2. He was kind of calling and just kind of letting Gonzalez know that the potential was there, but ultimately it was his decision. Yeah, so weather-wise, it's pretty pleasant. It's about 18, like I said, about 64 Fahrenheit for our American viewers. Kenroy, it's funny to say this, but I'd be happy that he only goes for 24 because he'd almost bowled an over before it started there. And at the end of the power play, Tarek, strong start, 48 for 1. Yeah, what else? I've been watching a little bit of the NFL playoffs at the moment. There's some like-minded individuals here in Europe. Pretty late nights, though. Well, do you gamble with Rimmer back again now? I probably would with the 2 Magicals. I mean, if he was feeling good, then why not keep him? But I think they're going to go for Egan Dantas instead. And Egan, another guy who's played a lot of cricket for Costa del Sol. There's a lot for cricket in the region, Egan. He's maybe most famous for stepping on a duck while chasing a ball at Sporting Alfaz in the Spanish T10 qualifiers a couple of years ago. Don't worry, the duck was okay. I'm sure someone's got the footage. Okay. What else we got? Hello, Kroom, who's watching from the UK as well. Hopefully you're well. Gonzalez. If it doesn't already, of course. The clock's in play. Slight change to the regulations with the clock. So every wicket is now worth a minute to the fielding side. Not for Dantas here because he's kind of... Yeah, he's kind of a similar bowler to Rimmer. And Egan actually was a pretty good pace bowler. He's had a few injuries. I think he's more of a finger spinner these days. It's a fairly solid start. Again, accurate, of course. Up to 5 outfielders allowed now. There's Henschel. He's creating a bit of work for the keeper. But you can see Henschel, he looks the business, even though his first over kind of got away from him. But I can see him being a weapon you might want to bring back sooner rather than later as the 50 comes up for Tarek in just the 4th over. Pretty close. Worth a thought. The reason I thought this was close is it hits him back pad. And yes, okay, it's a little bit high and probably climbing. Let's have a look at it. Oh. It was a long way back. A bit lucky to get away with that one, I think. Dantas. Happy with the result so far, though. Yeah, I'm just going to pull up last year's series to see what the run rate was. From memory, it was around about in the 8s. Yeah, 8.7 last year. So 87 par. Oh, wow. Look at this. This almost goes back onto the stumps. Whether it would have knocked the bails off or not, I don't know. We'll never know. But look at that. Onto the pad and just in time. He gets that foot back. Otherwise, he was going to be in trouble. Crom is lightning back there as well. The series back in 2022 was a bit higher scoring. I think it was more about 10 and over, but last year it was about 8 and over. 8.7. All right, pitched up, and Hillman wants a piece of him, and he's going to get a piece of him. Maximo! First one of the series won't be the last. It was a challenge kind of ball from Dancis. Not really a lot of side spin on that one, just rolls it out. This is kind of what Louis Bruce wanted to do earlier. And he didn't get all of it. Hillman does. And that's the end of the over, so 57 for 1 after 4. Here's upcoming events. This is all the way up to May, in fact, what's on the calendar. So Cyprus and Gibraltar, you're watching those right now. We've got Spain coming up, so back in Barcelona. That's 4 weeks, and I think that'll be a very entertaining series, of course. Some crazy things happen in Barcelona last couple of times we've been there. ECL, of course, starting 26th of February, including Gibraltar champions, Calpe Giants. They'll be there. In fact, they're in the very last group, Group G. If you question about what their Western Shield is, you see it there? That's going to be something pretty special. Stanley Howarth comes on in over number 5. He starts pretty wide. So good strong action. Young player as well, Howarth. Looking forward to seeing him back in the second half of this game. So, yeah, Western Shield essentially, it's British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe. It's kind of best of the best of ECN. That's better from Stan. Just pulls it back a little bit. Chris saying the wind had a massive effect last year on the run rate. Yes, that's true. We had some days like that when I was here in 2022, but I think last year, by all accounts, it was pretty difficult. I think it's a very good point you make, Chris. It goes up and just kind of pokes it behind point. Finds a gap and finds 4. Good batting. Tarek really laying the gauntlet. At the moment, I thought with the early wicket of Bruce, it might be a tough innings for them, but certainly the rest of the top order stepping up. Hillman's looked good. Gonzalez hasn't really put a foot wrong either. But we know with the team series, well, sometimes just 1 or 2 quick wickets can really change the face of the game. At the moment, Howarth is getting the treatment as he gets lifted up over the leg side. Maximo! Gonzalez is looking very, very good. Again, plays us on length more than anything. Dave B is asking how tall is Andrew Crom, the wicket keeper. You have to ask him. It says about 5'8". This is a good location from Howarth, but just can't take a trick at the moment. They move the fielder back behind point. This one goes pretty close to where he was originally. That's 4 more. Tarek really putting up a score. I think Kroom was asking about the bonus point, and yes, the bonus point is the trials continuing at least till the end of ECL. I think you're already seeing, you know, in Cyprus, the benefits of it as far as, if you think of it as almost like a consolation point. If you win, you don't get thrashed. So if you lose but you don't get thrashed, you get something out of the game. So if you can either push the game to an 8th over, if you're fielding second, or if you're batting second, if you can surpass 70% of the first team score. So if you think of it that way, it kind of makes sense. And this one is towards that fielder, and it's going to be gone. Well, there you go. It didn't work initially, but it didn't take too long, and that is such an important wicket. So what I like about Howarth here is he stayed true to his ideals outside the off stump, bowled one side of the wicket. You can set a field to that. I thought maybe they could have afforded another fielder out there, but that is an excellent catch. And it is pretty windy. Maybe not the windiest we've seen it in Gib, but certainly it does create issues for the fielders. And Gonzalez, we batted brightly for 27, but it's only a start. And it's Matt Hancock that takes the catch down there to end his innings. 4 fours and a 6 for Gonzalez, and it's 73 for 2. Well bowled by Stan. Yeah, Tarek going to get their depth tested a little bit here, I think. 2 wickets in the first half. That is the thing in Gibraltar. Like I said, sometimes we haven't seen a lot of depth as far as boundary hitting ability goes. Matty Whelan, though, could see him back. Comes out at number 4. Yeah, but if you want to throw any questions at me, please do. It's good to see a good crowd in. crowd in the chat. Always makes me happy, making me feel very welcome back. Whelan. Well, he doesn't muck around. It's his first one back. And House come back well. It's called over, but I had one ball left. So let's have a look. Well, just before we go to the strategic timeout, we do have strategic timeouts, unless something's been missed here. I had that one wide, 4-6-6 wicket dot. So let's see, yep. I think it's going to be oh no. I thought they were going to reverse it. Well, Blue Crew are out there in the element. Now, I've kept this quiet, but I'm going to come clean on something in a minute. All right, so Rimmer comes back for over number 6. Again, just trying to work out exactly what's happened there, because I had that 5 balls. But we'll find out. 3 for 2, then after 5, up in the air and just out of the grasp of the fielder. So Whelan gets off the mark. That's 4. So Rimmer goes for as many in that ball as he had in his 7 previous balls. Rimmer's also a very good batter. I've actually had the pleasure of opening the batting with Lee a couple of times for Costa del Sol. And he's a very good striker of a cricket ball. Overdoes this one though, turns into a full toss, gets whacked away leg side. That's going to get past the fielder for 4. Good effort down there though. That's Howarth, who wasn't afraid to put his body on the line, but it was just kind of that awkward hop. He tries to turn into a catch, credit to him, because I do think the wicket's worth something at this stage. I think, 9th, 10th over, you're probably backing off and just conceding a single. Hustle through. Rimmer's figure's still pretty good. Fielding important. I don't mind that from the youngster. To try and turn into a catch, but kind of backfired. Concedes a boundary. Rimmer. He's got Nestor out there who makes a fairly simple task pretty complicated. Oh, that could be gone. I think that's out, Whelan, he's hustling back. And, yeah, I think that Rimmer gets the bails off in time. We'll have a look at it on the replay, but I'm just eyeballing this, and I think he's short by maybe a foot. And speaking of a foot, that's what Kenroy was leading with there. But let's have a look at it. He knows he's in trouble. It's right next to the stumps, and it's adios. So Matty Whelan's going to have to go. A good effort from him as well. Needed to be a pretty good throw to get him, but the dive isn't going to save him, and he's going to get his marching orders. Great work by Rimmer as well. He was in perfect position. And Kenroy, well, maybe he'll tell you he's a genius, and that's why he fielded the ball that way in the first place. It looked like a fairly regulation long off kind of stop. You can see there. You certainly can't blame him for getting down. Very different outfield conditions here compared to Cyprus, that's for sure. I think if you tried that at Ipsonus in Cyprus, you're probably in the back of an ambulance right now, but Kenroy is up to the mark. 84 for 3. Mipuri comes in at number 5. He won't be facing because that run out was a non-striker's end. Kabir does a lot of good work with the women's side here in Gibraltar. We saw them in the ECSN last year. Big swing and a miss from Hillman. He's not much of the strike, has he? He's only faced a third of the deliveries so far through the first 6 overs. It's 84 for 3. Yeah, so I said I was going to come clean. I'll come clean. The commentary box this year in Gibraltar has been set up inside, so I'm watching the game through the window. I am not subject to the rain or the wind. I will say last year we had some issues with with the equipment getting damp as well. So this is the solution we've got, and I'm not complaining. Gonzalez, 27, leading the scoring. Extra's been a bit of an issue. I'd be tempted to bring back Henschel to try and really kind of wreck this middle order. Go bang, bang, bang. I mean, Hillman's still a threat. He opened the batting. Oh, I'd be keen to see him maybe, okay, not this over, maybe the 8th. Dantas is going to bowl over number 7 with his offies. Oh, that's a good ball. Didn't really get up. Just prodded away. Get a single. Yeah, so a few people talking NFL. It's that time of the year. The American football fans. Yeah, my Packers got up. A bit of an underdog situation. Pitches up, and this time gets taken on by Hillman. He'll only get a single. Puri did well, first ball of the over, just to push and get Hillman on strike. That's probably his role at the moment. Still on track at this rate, though, for 138. 136 now updated. It's well bowled. It's got a kind of interesting ball that got a bit of backspin on it, so it doesn't really bounce that much. Similar to the first ball of the over. That's the same kind of ball. This one is the backspin that has a bit more jump on it, a bit more pace on it. That's why it did bounce more. Check the clock. Clock's looking okay at the moment. Oh, this is right off the cue end. I suppose the difference is at this stage, now that you get a minute per wicket, they're getting an extra 3 minutes than they used to. This is up-ish, but well handled down there. Henschel does the fielding. You can already see he's a weapon in the field. End of the over, and the score is 87 for 3. Yeah, so I don't think we'll see as many teams running into trouble with the clock. Also, it's damping down on batters taking more than a minute to get to the crease because the fielders are only allowed a minute. So it kind of equalises it. I think it's a good move, common sense move. Cyprus was great today. I've got to say, I've really enjoyed watching some of the new teams and players, including British Forces Cyprus, BFC. They are playing the Calendars tomorrow in the afternoon, but Marquardt taking on the Nicosia Tigers in the first 2 matches of the day. Tigers had the day off today. There's 5 days of Group A action there, and then 5 days of Group B action before finals. So it all starts pretty early for some time zones. 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in the morning in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. People are saying, well, why would you start a game 7:45? I will say in Cyprus, it's actually 8:45 because they're an hour ahead of Central European time, so it's not as bad as it looks. Matt Williams gets the ball here. Oh, this could be gone. In fact, he's walking, but doesn't waste too much time. Mirpuri couldn't resist. And yeah, credit to Crom. Maybe they are looking at this one. Let's have a look at it on the replay. But I don't think he ever gets back. And well, he gets pretty close. Oh, just out. I don't think there's anything behind the line. And yeah, I think this is just out. We'll have a look one more time. Yeah, you can see there, it's on the line, but not. You can see just the back of his foot's in the air. So that's going to be gone. Brilliant piece of work. So 87 for 4. Yeah, what I was going to say for AJ Crom, the captain of Sloggers, is I bet he was tempted to bring Henschel back, but he feels that pace off is the way to go. It's been working through these middle overs, kind of choked up the middle order and caused a couple of wickets. So, hey, what a good start for Williams. First ball. And a dot next ball. There's Lee Sims, bit of a cult figure here. He's coming out, just kind of looking to get off strike there, isn't he? Williams on debut here on ECN. Again, good, and kind of locks up the batter. So this is turning into a very good over. I mean, they've got plenty of options here, don't they? Only bowled out Rimmer. Now tapped away. Finally gets that single he was looking for. But Hillman, he's been kind of stranded so many times at the wrong end, I think, as far as he's concerned. He's played some nice shots, but you look at his strike rate, it's not really setting the world on fire when it's all said and done. Oh, that's a good shot from Hillman. That's what he can do. But what a catch! Well, Lee Rimmer take a bow and he puts it through for the conversion. This was absolutely laced by Hillman. And Lee Rimmer, who put down a difficult opportunity in the first over, but he is a brilliant fielder. I said that he's one of those guys that can turn a half chance into a wicket. That's exactly what he's done there. Diving away to his right, protects the ball, knows he's got a bit of room to move, and then, if you don't mind, he pops it over the bar. And that could be a big, big moment because Hillman, the established batter, has to go now for 18. And Williams gets his second wicket in his first over of ECN cricket to score 88 for 5. It's 14 balls remaining, and now they do have kind of 2 new batters. They've got 6 and 7 at the crease. It's kind of a beg, borrow, or steal job, I think, for Tarek from here. Maybe looking at just getting another 20 runs on the board, something like that. Maybe 110, I think, from here. They'd take it. Williams, again, pretty simple. I think we're seeing bowlers not necessarily trying to bowl wheels, just being accurate. That's what Williams has been so good at here. He's got 2 for 1. Again. Oh, he's got a third one now. It's a chop on. And Johnny's gone first ball. And Williams, what a first over of ECN cricket for that man. Takes 3 wickets, only concedes a single, and this is typical ECN cricket. It can change on a dime. Well, there's the motorbike in the background, but it's going to be Johnny that's on his bike. Again, wasn't in a great position there, great shape to play it, and Williams is saying, yeah, all I have to do is put it there, and the rest takes care of itself. Had a bit of help from Lee Rimmer the ball before, but Williams is on a hat-trick. Well, Golden Derek, he's in a rush. What a turnaround. And just remember that, because Williams is on a hat-trick, and I feel for sure now he'll get the 10th. This is where you got to bowl Henschel in the 9th, because you certainly want to bowl Williams again in the 10th. Give him a chance to take his hat-trick. Maybe you could see him get a fifer. First fifer of the series. We did see a fifer yesterday in Cyprus, though. It's been pretty entertaining first 8 overs, I think you'll agree. Henschel comes back, wants to light up a coldish evening, and you can see straight away Sims. I suppose if I was generous, I'd say he's giving himself a bit of room there, but you know what my tip would be, especially against someone like this, Henschel, is don't back away, get across if anything. Because he did spray a few down leg side. You want to be getting those as wides. That would have been a wide if the batter had taken a different position. Get difficult to catch up with, although it does well to get a batter and it flies away to backward point. Nice bit of fielding there. Hancock's been outstanding in the field as well. Henschel smacked around a bit by Louis Bruce in his first over, though he did have him put down by Rimmer. It was a difficult opportunity. Went for 21. X-Man saying the big lines are a bit distracting. You can see the solid line there. Because this is a multi-purpose field. There's football played here, there's rugby played here, and cricket. And this complex, actually, we haven't talked about it too much, but there's high-level snooker played here and darts. There's indoor and outdoor practice facilities. This looks high-ish to me. Let's have a look at it. At that pace. I think that's got to be called. Yeah, no ball called. Remember, this is pretty much at the waist. And so I think no doubt that's going to be a no ball as called now, and free hit coming up. Henschel has to deliver a free hit now. Oh, and certainly hurried up Goulding, who couldn't get any bat on it. This time it's turned around the corner. And I'll just get a single. Goulding. Just trying to get something going here. Sims at the other end. You can see kind of what I was talking about earlier. Once you get through the top 3 or 4, this competition often different ball game. That's gone. And Henschel predictably breaks through with his first wicket on ECN. And Sims was giving Henschel a very good look at the timber. And Henschel wasn't going to miss out. This is the difference, I suppose, bowling at the middle to lower order compared to the top 2 or 3. We can see that early position. Sims was just hoping for some kind of miracle that would bring bat and ball together, but it wasn't to be. And Henschel chimes in. And Tarek now are 90 for 7. So, yeah, what a turnaround. To give you an idea, they were 82 after 6.3 overs. And then basically it was that run out of Whelan that kind of sparked it. So they've only had 8 runs in the last 14 balls. Delgado plays a nice shot first up. Hustle through for a single. So that's the end of 9, and a very good comeback over there from Henschel, who only concedes 4. Remember, there was that no ball in there as well, but he kind of evaded any kind of severe penalty for that. And with an over remaining, it's 91 for 7. Pretty good team effort, I think. Okay, Kenroy had a bit of an off over. Say that. Howarth, I mean, figures don't tell the whole story for him. Hey, anyway, hat-trick ball here for Williams. First ball of the 10th. And he doesn't get it. We haven't had a hat-trick yet. I'm looking to put someone on that list. But geez, he's bowled well. He's got 3 for 1 off 7 balls. Oh, that's very close to the off stump. Would have hit a 4th stump. Crom didn't gather it that cleanly. But it doesn't matter at this stage. Dot ball's a good ball. 4 to come. See the difference. I mean, these guys are very capable, I think, of like picking up the singles towards the end. But now you've got 8 and 9 at the crease. And looks like it could be around, I don't know if they'll get the 100 even. They'll need a boundary to get there, I think. Goulding can cover himself in glory. None off 3 so far. Tossed up and from snatching, hoping for a quick stumping, but Goulding wasn't going anywhere. This is some spell from Williams. There's a famous boot maker in Australia, RM Williams. Right now, Williams is putting the boot into Tarek with this spell. 2 to come. Tossed up. Goulding will get a run. That's all he'll get here. Kenroy will be happy that a couple of his teammates have picked him up here after he bowled an expensive over. Yeah, if you think about it, that over from Kenroy, about a quarter of the score. As another one. It'll be 4 for Williams as the last ball crashes into the leg stump, and Tarek are going to finish 93 for 8. Quite remarkable. They were 82 with 3.3 overs remaining. And so it meant off the last 21 balls, they only scored, what is that? They only scored 11. So they really kind of fell away. And, well, look, What I will say is it's a competitive score. If you look at last year's numbers, 87 was an average score. So certainly defendable, but they're going to have to deal with a couple of threats. I'm actually looking forward to seeing Henschel, who's listed to open the batting as well for Sloggers as we go back. And it was all action at the start of this night series. Louis Bruce versus Henschel. Really good one-on-one contest. There was this opportunity. Rimmer in the fading sunlight got two hands to it. What's worse, he needed over the line, but he'd have his revenge pretty swiftly as Henschel didn't let him down at long on, taking a catch shoulder high. It didn't really slow the Tarak side down too much though. Nesta was all over the shop, bowled a bunch of extras. This was a brilliant catch, I thought, out there by Hancock. It was in the right spot at the right time. A few teasers there. This is where it all started to unravel. There was a two that might have been on, but it was a good bounce throw right next to the stumps. Whelan had to go, and things really fell away from there. So from that point, they lost 6 for 9 in the last 3 and a bit overs, and it wasn't great viewing. It was good viewing if you're a Sloggers fan. And Lee Rimmer showing his rugby skills here on the rugby ground. And then Williams, it was time for him to clean up. Absolutely had a party with his middle and lower order, picking up 4 wickets. Henschel, well, I think he's going to be a handful for some of the batters in this series. It's just way too quick for Sims there, who had his stumps rearranged. But then Williams, well, not quite the same pace, but if anything, he was just as effective, more so, as he picked up 4 wickets, including that one off the last. And Tarak are going to finish at 93 for 8. Bruce got them off to a good start with 19. Hillman with 18, though he couldn't get much of the strike. Looked pretty good while he was there, though. Gonzalez top scores with 27, but nobody else reaches double figures. It's that run out of Whelan, like I said, where things really started to go downhill for Tarak. And Sloggers reined in their extras as well. In fact, they only bowled kind of 1 no ball in the second half of the innings. That was it. No wides at all. Looking at the bowling, well, 4 for 3 Williams. He'll steal the headlines, but I think you also got to give a shout out to Rimmer, who got the early wicket of Bruce. Singles also for Howarth, who I thought looked pretty decent despite going for 16. Henschel, expensive in the first, but his second was very, very good. He finished with 1 for 24. So that is the first half of the first game of this night series. And I will say, Sloggers, they're a bit of a hit and miss proposition with the bat. They'll be hoping to hit 94 to bring up a victory. The team that weren't able to lift themselves off the bottom last year could start at the top if they can chase this down. Tarak, though, former finalists in 2022, they will want to pull one out and defend this 93. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECSN, welcoming you back to night cricket action on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back shortly with more action live from Gibraltar in this ECSN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company with us once again as we're getting ready for the second half of match one in this ECSN Gibraltar. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you, and I think it should be a really entertaining second half of the game. Looks like Lee Rimmer is going to open the batting. He's listed at 3 for me, but he's not a bad option at all to open. He's out there with Dylan Henschel. We saw bowling very, very well. In fact, these two were the opening bowlers in the first half. They're opening the batting here in this first match of what is a 24-match series, 20 group matches, and then 4-match finals day. All right, let's get cracking. 94 to win. Likes it first up. And, oh, this is a very tight one. Mipuri, honestly, this is one that could have gone either way. You know, plays around his front pad in the end. Look. Oh, probably a fair call. Maybe just going down the leg side. What do you think at home? Henschel makes this his first ball on ECN. And he doesn't quite get all of it, but he gets enough. Maximo! Well, Henschel, he was on the wrong end of a bit of big hitting in the first game, or the first over of the first innings, I should say. First over this time. And you can see there the power of Henschel. Just wasn't quite where he wanted to be, but with the dimensions here on ECN, still carries all the weight. Just pushes one. Doesn't get a single in the end. But yeah, that's all you need really, chasing 94. Mipuri, he's popped well actually for the national team lately. Henschel doesn't really care. He just smacks it over cover. And he looks the good so far. Maximo! And, well, he's been on both sides, hasn't he, Dylan, so far? He looked good, bowled with good pace, had an interesting battle with Louis Bruce in the first over of the night. And he fielded very well. And Mipuri, he's copying a bit of punishment here with a new ball. Henschel is a guy who's going to be causing a few headaches, I think, for batters and bowlers here at Europa Point. Next week and a half, Mipuri, good comeback. What I like about Kabir, he's not afraid still to toss the ball up. He'll continue to attack. Can't he hold the headband look? A bit like Nathan Bracken, the early 2000s. Well, Henschel's had about enough, and he goes leg side this time with the spin. Maximo! 3 for the over, and Sloggers 19 without loss after 1. So how about that? Bang, 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 and suddenly that score of 93 not looking too large, is it? 11 matches since the Golden Ball. Our last Golden Ball was, in fact, in the ECCW. It was Austria versus Spain for the right to play in the finals day. And that was crazy. We'll get to that in a second. Bonus point, I think people are starting to wrap their head around this. So you get a point if you don't get thrashed. So when I say don't get thrashed, make sure that you don't have your total chased down within 7 overs. And if you're batting second, make sure you reach at least over 70% of the score. So you can see 65 or less is for the fielding side. If they can restrict the batting side is 65 or less, they'll steal the other team's point. They'll win 4-0. Otherwise, if it's a close game, it'll be 3-1. 3 points to the winner, 1 point to the loser. That's why that's 66 there. If Sloggers reach 66, that means they're guaranteed at least a point. Obviously, they want the 94, and they'll grab the win. Louis Bruce, over number 2. Shocking full toss first up. I think this is high, you know. I'm sure it was called straight away. But just the way he hit it with a flat bat. Let's have a look. That's high. That's going to be called. And so, free hit coming up. In fact, it was called straight away. Sunil. He's only got little arms, so I didn't see it straight away. But good call. Gets it live. Now, you can't change the field on a free hit now. It's a rule that we took out because it just gives the umpires one less thing to worry about. We didn't feel there was a big advantage in changing the field. People got secret free hit fields that they're dreaming up. Anyway, Dylan, it's a case of the free hit, I think, causing him to lose his form. So we get more Bruce versus Henshaw one-on-one-age. Had a good battle in the first over of the night. Now Louis would love to get rid of him. Let's not forget, I mean, it's looking good for the Sloggers at the moment, but just think about what happened in the first innings of this game with Tarek losing at 6 for 10 late in the piece, 6 for 9. As this is pushed, it's a beautiful looking shot, just leans on this through cover. Well, some of the other teams might be booking Henschel a boat out of here at the moment because he's looking very, very good. There's nothing too wrong with that ball from Louis Bruce. 25 in the blink of an eye. So yeah, the other thing here, if they could chase their 94 in 7 overs, Sloggers, they would actually sweep the points. They would get 4 points. Come back from Bruce, and then swing up full. A few familiar faces popping in as well to Europa Point. I know that just seen Sam Houghton, who will be taking part in the series. This is dragged leg side, and this will have enough to get to the boundary as well. So that'll be 4. And yeah, trouble at the moment. Looking pretty difficult. But, like I said, just takes one turning point. Bruce, well, oh, he won't quite pick it up. He had half a chance there. If he did pick it up, probably could have had a shy, maybe pulled off a run out. They just need to do something here, don't they? Lorne Burns as well, popping into the building. Of course, players always having to kind of negotiate around their work and other commitments at this level of cricket, but still highly entertaining. Bruce, good finish really. Rimmer can't get him away, might have broken his bat, wants to change it. That'll be the end of 2 overs. And the score's 30 without loss. So yeah, the point system, I think, with a bonus point, don't overthink it. Just think of it this way. If you lose but it's close, you get a point and the other team only gets 3. If you get thrashed, well then you don't get anything, the other team gets 4. They get the point you would have got if you'd made it close. So essentially, you're not thrashed if you can take the game to an 8th over if you are fielding second, or if you're batting second. You're not thrashed if you can surpass 70% of the score. So it's actually a pretty easy one. You can do it on a calculator. So 93 was the score in the first innings. You times that by 70%, times it by 0.7, you get 65.1. So that's why you can see if Sloggers can exceed that, if they can get 66, then they'll get to keep their point, at least. Looking good at the moment. Mapuri gets brought back straight away, and Henschel's having none of it. Maximo! Got to say, I'm a little bit curious that they did bring Mapuri back, because the first over did have 3 sixes that was struck, and it was the same guy on strike. So I thought maybe it was a chance to make a change. But Kabir, not a terrible delivery, just kind of challenge delivery, if you like. Terry's into me, and probably true. I've had 2 little cracks at Sunil already, but he's a great character, Sunil. There he is at the bowler's end. Oh, it's smacked. Absolutely pogoed. In fact, that's it's a 6 on any ground. Maximo! Well, the way things are looking at the moment, they are looking pretty good for the bonus point. Henschel just murdered that one. 2 balls, 2 sixes here. So for the bonus point, they need 52 off 28. And that's a rate of 11.1. So, I mean, they're looking pretty good, but it is only a start. We saw a similar start, if you like, in the first innings. Now it goes again, this time offside. Henschel, well, he's going to put this one over the scoreboard. Maximo! Oh, he's enjoying himself out there, and why not? Rimmer, he's enjoying the show from the other end. Hillman in the first innings, he was kind of the passive opener, wasn't he, while Bruce got after the bowling early, and then Gonzalez when Bruce got out. So what he's done really well here, Henschel, he's dominated the strike as well. He's faced 13 out of the 16 balls so far. Nice to see Kitty in there. Looks like Sarah is in there, Sarah Dawson. She's cooking dinner while keeping an eye on the cricket. Mapuri's going to try something different here. Probably needs to. He's gone for 3 sixes in 3 balls. This is hit pretty powerfully, but doesn't get the elevation this time. Down to Whelan. Just a single. Henschel, 46 out of 49 runs on the board. He's looked solid so far, even from the first ball. He seems to have summed up the situation as well. The only real loose shot he's played was off a free hit where he knew he couldn't get out. Could be a wide, just drifts away from Rimmer. He hasn't got it anyway. Mapuri certainly in the oven with the heat being turned up. Now Rimmer wants to get after him, and he will go all the way. Maximo! Bit of go fetch from Lee, who takes it from outside off stump. And because he didn't quite get to the pitch of it, that's why it becomes easier for that bottom hand to take over and drag it leg side. And Lee saying, well, don't forget about me. I'm a good striker as well. 50's come up in the 50 partnership in this third over as well. So 2 pretty big power plays. The power play in the first innings was 48. This is even bigger. Last ball of the third coming up. Mirapuri on the verge of a half century he doesn't want. He'll avoid that, but he will go for 45. And again, Louis Bruce is an inexperienced captain. It's good to see him getting that opportunity, but I think bringing Mirapuri back probably wasn't the move I would have made. Ended 3 overs and Sloggers 57 without loss. Have a look at how things really fell away in that first innings. 84 after 6, and there you're looking at, okay, 140, something like that. But, yeah, wickets eventually caught up with Tarek. And it's very hard to see a path back in this game. But cricket's a funny game. And as we saw in that first innings, it can be a turning point. Hello to Iggy. Good to see you with us. And I know that Kitty's watching from the USA as well. If you'd like to say hello, pop into the live chat. All right, Louis Bruce being brought back. It's already kind of feels like last roll of the dice time, doesn't it? Need this breakthrough. This one, the leg cutter outside off. And swing and a miss from Rimmer. Well taken. It's Alex Hillman behind the stumps for Tarek. Louis gone, I would call it a kind of avant-garde goatee. I mentioned it looks like he should be maybe writing poetry under a tree somewhere with facial hair like that. But, I mean, he is 18 since the last time I saw him, Louis. Exciting young prospect. Just checks his shot here. Happy to take a single and give the show back to Henschel. So really, with such a good start, you've got to be searching for that bonus point. Chase it within 7 overs. Yeah, well bowled. I've really enjoyed the one-on-one battle between Henschel and Bruce in both innings tonight. And it's funny that they're similar bowlers in a way. I don't think Bruce is quite as quick as Henschel, but as far as the movement they get, they're predominantly in-swing bowlers, but occasionally they'll get one to just leave the right-hander. Makes them difficult to face. Henschel's on the charge here. He'll only get a single. Stephen Gonzalez out there, batted pretty well himself, top scored in the first half of this game. Sada is asking about where's Avinash Pai and the likes of Burns. Well, I know that Avinash will play a few games in the series, but he's very busy with work commitments, and same with Lorne Burns. You know, sometimes you'll see him able to play maybe the late game. Premeditated that pull shot. Rimmer doesn't catch up with it. So he hasn't quite hit his straps yet, Lee Rimmer, but under a lot of pressure. And for all of you Avinash Pai and Lorne Burns fans, good news is I've just got the team sheet for match 2. They are in the side for Tarek, so it certainly will bolster the Tarek side. Ooh, loses the handle on this one. Only just pitches on the pitch to be called a wide. So we'll say, if you're looking at bonus point, a quick way to do it is to take 18 balls off that equation. So 34 off 37. You take 18 away from 37. 34 off 19 to grab the bonus point. Louis, again, looks like a slower ball gone slightly wrong. So this is kind of precisely where the bonus point kind of breathes life into a game like this, I think, whereas normally, you know, barring some kind of miracle, and look, this is ECN, we do have miracles that happen, but I think the question is now, can they do it in 7? Rimmer will retain the strike and reach double figures. Bruce goes wicketless, though. He keeps it pretty tight. None for 16. His figures after 4 overs. Sloggers 62 without loss. Yeah, you can see it gets dark pretty quickly here in Gibraltar. Hey, let's talk ECL. And I know that we're pretty excited about this. And Calpe Giants representing Gibraltar in Group G. Kind of fittingly, I suppose. And in their group, they've got CIYMS from Ireland, who, to be honest, the word I'm hearing is they might not be quite as strong as last year, but still will be very strong. Cluj from Romania in there, the likes of Taranjit Singh, Oslo, CK, Raz Iqbal plays for them, Norwegian skipper. And Mouflon's, of course, in Cyprus. So actually kind of funny that we've got Cyprus and Gibraltar series at the moment, and you'll be able to kind of see all those players playing at the moment. As this is hit leg side. It's a foot first attempt, but it doesn't go right. That's Wayne down there, and that's going to be another boundary. So they've gone for Whelan now with his off spin. But yeah, it doesn't land the first one. So yeah, Mouflon's not playing in this current ECS, but you will see some of those Mouflon's players playing in the ECS. And we've seen the likes of Chamal Sadun, who we saw playing for Sri Lankan Lions today, playing for Mouflon's before. Well, this almost takes out Henschel. Hit pretty hard. Now Garrett down there does the fielding. Yeah, so yeah, it's creeping up. 39 days away. Better ball. Henschel is smart. You know, he knows he doesn't have to go at absolutely everything. I mean, even the bonus point equation now, 26 off 15. That's kind of the only thing that's in question, I think, at the moment. Unless there's a hideous collapse. Tossed up, but again, hangs in the air, full toss. Good fielding down there by Garrett. Want to have a good fielder in that position. It's a bit of a hot spot, isn't it? I've been chatting to Corey a bit, and Rhino. They want to say hello as well. Welcome everyone back to the season. All right, Henschel, he's gone to the skies. comes around, but it has the journey, and it's 50 to Henshaw. His first ECN half century in his first match, and he brings it up with a Maximo off just 18 balls. And he has been impressive in all three facets of the game in his first European Cricket Network match. This was a bit of a teaser for the fielder, to be honest. Going round to the left. Bruce, who is a good fielder, we know that, but that was a toughie. Couldn't get there. Last ball of the over. And Whelan, not the worst over-level bowl, but a couple got away from him. 13 off it, and it's 75 without loss after 5. So yeah, now that bonus point equation is 19 off 12. Players will just pause for a second. Paramatch on board with us in season 2024. We're very thankful. And, you know, it seems like every day I'm getting a lot of these things coming through me, I suppose, because of my profile. But, you know, I'm passing on potential leads with sponsorship and people wanting to support European cricket, which I think is fantastic. The angle is just taking this down the leg side as Lee Sims comes on. Well, we'll say to Lee, when I was here a couple of years ago, his first ball didn't go quite as well as that. But yeah, pretty good start. So what are we talking now? We're talking 19 off 11. Well, looks like we've got some rogue floating text at the bottom. Interrupted? I don't think so. News to me. Although I am sitting behind the glass, but I'm not seeing any rain. All right, so that was a wide. So what are we talking now? We're talking 18 off 11. Nice little flick away. Rimmer, it just looks a little bit short of cricket at the moment. And look, yes, in this part of the world, they do play all year round, but I think certain times you play more than others, like coming off the Christmas and New Year break. So probably a few players haven't played too much. Well, that's a shot and a half from Henshaw. In fact, it'll go all the way. Maximo! That's a good shot. Again, good shot selection here from Henshaw. It's not the worst ball by Sims. Okay, bit of width. He kind of rolls his fingers on it slightly. And now they're looking very good for that bonus point. It's quite amazing to think that Tarek, after their really good start, being 84 off 6 overs, looks like they're going to walk away empty-handed out of this contest. Oh, this is nicked. And, oh, I think this is a catch. I don't think it bounced in front of the keeper. Hillman, check it out in the replay. Definitely a big sound. No, it doesn't carry. My apologies, Alex. Did well to stop it. Oh, slow bouncer. I was going to say it's fine. I suppose trying something different. It's not easy to cut when there's no pace in the ball. To be honest, it's probably lucky it wasn't called a wide. You make your own luck. Well, this is asking for trouble, though. It's short, it's down the leg side, and it's going to be dispatched away. Maximo to finish the 6th over. One-way traffic here in match 1. Sloggers, I won't say it's been all slogging, but they certainly have been aggressive, as their name would suggest. 89 without loss after 6. And so just 5 runs required off this over to take all the points. And so 5 off 6. Have to fall over to lose this bonus point, you'd imagine, Sloggers. This is where, I mean, if you're Louis Bruce, you're throwing who you think's your best bowler. You're not waiting for tomorrow. Well, there isn't a tomorrow. Although there is a later tonight. We'll see these two teams. Yeah, speaking of game 2, we'll come to that in a second, but let's get back to the action now. 5 to win. Make that 4 to win. Yeah, a couple of big ins, like I said. Avinash Pai for Tarek and Lorne Burns come in. So I think that squares it up a lot more. Also, 5 changes, in fact. Bedson, Boristero and Jack Jackson come in as well. Rayes Mohammed and Jawad Bakari come in for Sloggers. It's, looks like Sloggers are going to slog their way to victory here. Although, bit of ball by Garrett. And Rimmer, he won't know how to feel after this. He's played some okay shots. Just hasn't quite had his timing. Timing's a funny thing. This one's going to be a wide as well. Just 2 needed then. Henschel, I think, oh, wow. Is there a little glove on this? No. Ah, he's pulling out all the shots that he's dreamed up now. Just misses the gloves. Almost like he's bored of playing the other shots because it's too easy. I mean, look, there's still a chance here, isn't there? I mean, if you could get him out, maybe dot up a new batter. But 2 off 4 for Sloggers to grab all the points. They'll get one of them here. In fact, they'll get 2. So that will do it, and it's a comprehensive win. What a turnaround for Sloggers. They were well behind in this game, 6 overs in, but it was all one-way traffic since then. And Tarek unable to even take a wicket. Really unable to stop the scoring at a furious rate. And Henschel, well, it'll be a bit of a shootout between Henschel, I think, and Williams for the player of the match. And so, yeah, looking at what's coming up. Tarek, I think those are 2 huge ins with Avinash Pai and Lorne Burns. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see Avinash Pai opening the batting with Louis Bruce, maybe drop Hillman to 3. Burns is a very good leg spinner, Spanish national team player. So I think that'll just kind of move the goalpost a little bit. That game coming up in around about 34 minutes. As the players shake hands, let's go back and have a look at the second innings of this game. And for Henschel, he wasn't mucking about. He sent 3 out of the ground in the first over as a signal of intent. Mipuri, he went the journey, didn't he? They even brought him back in the 3rd over, which turned out to be a decision, I think, that Tarek would rue. But it's just good ball striking. I think that this pitch, there's no real gremlins, is it, in it for the batters. So it's really on the bowlers to be accurate. And you can see that more often than not, they just weren't quite putting it where they wanted it. Whelan with a full toss there. And that's the thing. These kind of challenge deliveries with the off-pace bowlers, the batting, particularly from Henschel, holding his shape and playing correct shots. So I think Tarek will certainly enjoy having Avinash Pai and Burns in, 2 very good bowling and batting options in the second game. But right now, it is a slogfest. They get the bonus point by chasing it within the 7 overs. So they get the bonus point with 3 balls to spare. 68 off 25 for Henschel. Geez, he batted well, didn't he? And he's a wicket that Tarek will want pretty quickly in the second game. He hit 9 6s and 2 4s in his innings. Rimmer there as well with 18 not out. Not too much to shout about on the bowling scorecard, though. Louis Bruce kept things relatively quiet. He took none for 16, but nobody was able to get the breakthrough. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes for the second match. And I just got a feeling that Tarek are going to come back pretty hard. But the Sloggers, or a team that were rooted to the foot of the ladder in last year's night series, they find themselves top of the table, and they'll want to stay there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your evening. We'll have a little cup of tea and come back because there's more action on the way from The Rock. We'll see you shortly for more ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the second leg of the doubleheader. Will it be one apiece or will we get a sweep here on opening night? It is Tarik versus Sloggers in match 2. Pretty entertaining first match as well. I've got to say, I love the contributions of some of the players I have seen before, but as well, a couple of new players to ECN. How about Matt Williams? How about Henschel as well? Certainly stepping up with the ball in the first innings of this series. Let's go over to Tyrone Peters now. He's got the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss in match 2.
Tarik to call.
Heads.
Heads a call. It's tails.
We will field first.
They're going to bowl.
Yeah, indeed. They're deciding to bowl after winning the toss. Sloggers, I suppose you can understand that they did chase very, very well in the last game, and so they've decided that they'll do that again, but it means they're going to have to go through a Tarik batting lineup that has had some reinforcements, and in particular, talking about Avinash Pai and Lorne Burns, who are going to enter the frame for the first time, and two very, very good cricketers. So that, I think, squares things up a fair bit. Sloggers, well, let's talk Dylan Henschel. He looked very, very dangerous with the bat and the ball and was a gun in the field. Matt Williams, though, what about 4 wickets on ECN debut? So just going to check who got the player of the match in the last game. Yeah, it was Henschel. So he just stole it out of Williams' back pocket, but you can understand why. 9 Maximos in his half century. It's the late game. Tarik still retained favouritism. I think maybe the reason for that is the addition of Avinash Pai and Lorne Burns. So they are a stronger side than we saw in the first game, no doubt about that, but that shows you that it's anyone's game. This is the last game of 6 today on ECN. Of course, 4 in Cyprus, and 4 more coming your way tomorrow from the island nation. Cyprus gets a lot of sunny days in the year, something like 320 odd days without rain, although there's been a slightly dodgy weather situation there for the first day or two, but we didn't have any interruptions today. It's looking okay tomorrow. High of 22 and no rain in the forecast. Okay, let's get ready to roll. Last match of the night. Of course, lights taking over here at Europa Point. Welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fancode, of course, and everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Okay, interesting that they've opened with Avinash Pai. Well, I'm not surprised by that. A little surprised they haven't opened with Bruce. They've kept Hillman at the top, so maybe they want to bat around him a little bit. So here we go with the start of match 2, and it's Henschel who starts with a wide full toss. Decent contact and picks out the fielder, Avinash Pai. Saw him heartbroken, in fact, in the last 2 series. He captained Tarik back in 2022, the first night series we had in Gibraltar. And they topped the table but lost the final. And last year, Antanas, you guessed it, Avinash captained them. They topped the table and they lost the final. I'm not going to say he's a human jinx, but he'll certainly want to get a trophy away. Oh, he takes on a slightly dodgy one here. And there's a bit of an appeal here, but I don't think there's an issue with this because he runs in a straight line the whole way. He never alters his line to try and get in the way of the ball. You could say he chooses a line where he's pretty confident that he might get in the way, but I think that's fair enough. He'll scramble through. Leg by signalled. Back to Avi. Down the leg side. Henschel, I'd call him a natural kind of in-angled bowler, an in-swing bowler with the occasional ball which will kind of leave the right-hander maybe off the seam. Question coming in from Dave B. What did I have for dinner? Well, I got to say, big thank you to everyone here at Europa Point for looking after us. I had a nice curry. It was quite mild. Even the crew could handle it. See what Avi does here, and he's quite smart. in that he won't be backing away. We saw one or two batters in the first game backing away, and that really played into Henschel's hands. Henschel just querying the call, but he'll learn pretty quickly. Any ball down the leg side, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, it's going to be called a wide, even if it just misses the stumps. Slow ball, clever ball. Back of the hand. Variation. He lands it pretty well. Henschel got taken to town a bit by Bruce in the first game. That's why I thought maybe a little bit surprising that we didn't see Louis Bruce taking him on again. You could also say, yeah, you know, Louis gave an opportunity, a difficult chance that got dropped by Lee Rimmer, but got the better of Henschel. He's the only one that has so far. Having said that, Pies a more than capable replacement at the top of the order. Really strengthens their batting. Lorne Burns as well at this level certainly has shown a fair bit with the bat. Angles in and it's pretty well knocked down. Keeps in the infield, so Hillman gets off the mark. Yeah, last year it was Burns for the Pirates that pulled off a memorable victory. This one angles in and Pye keeps it out. It's the end of the over. Henschel not going for too many. 6 in total, 6 without loss after 1. "39 days until the European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European Cricket. It is bigger, it is better than ever. Whoever wins this series can truly call themselves the kings of European cricket, with 33 nations and 35 clubs taking part. 122 matches, I think. I think I got that count right. But that is going to be something else. Maybe 123 matches. I'll have to check. Anyway, Rimmer comes on over number 2, lifted up. Doesn't quite carry down to Henschel. And they'll get through for a single. Rimmer was able to get the big breakthrough of Louis Bruce earlier. Caught in that region. Pye steps across and angles the ball to the leg side. Picked up there by James Scott. You can hear a little bit of chat both ways here. This is a pretty competitive game. The percentages haven't moved now. Good areas from Rimmer. Rimmer takes him on, but doesn't quite get the timing. I think these two really do have the license with that shoring up of the middle order, if you like. Now you've got Louis Bruce in there. You've got Lorne Burns in there as well. Clipped away really nicely by the batter this time, and that's going to be 4. Rimmer just getting a little bit onto the pads. And Avinash Pye says, yes, please. And Avinash and Lee Rimmer have played a fair bit of cricket together for the Costa del Sol. They'll know each other very, very well. Good batting. Oh, he's dropped. It's a mistimed shot from Pye, to be honest. Rimmer, 9 times out of 10, I think he catches this. Looks like it was going to be smashed back, but he just didn't have the timing, you see. And Rimmer, you know, he did everything right. He went kind of goalkeeper style, got 2 hands to it. But that's the second one he's put down tonight. Pye gets super lucky on 7. He'll make it to 8, but only by the skin of his teeth. End of the second over, and Turek are 14 without loss. Shout out to the umpires as well. Sebastian Maynard doing this one with Jeremy Perez. Looking at the table, Sloggers, they scooped the pool, didn't they? Because they were able to steal Tarek's point in the first game by chasing down the target in 7 overs or less. And that's why they sit on 4 points. Tarek without a point. They want to get a win here, no doubt. Failing that. Obviously, if you lose but you don't get thrashed, you get to walk away with a point out of a game. So people, I think, getting used to this format. I like it. Certainly breathed a bit of life into that first game tonight. All right, Henschel. Back for his second over, so coming in straight away. Now, interesting, considering Dylan does have a bit of pace, but AJ Crom, the captain and keeper, deciding to come up to the stumps. Or at least he did for Avinash Pai. I think that's more to do with the fact that Avinash was batting out of his crease. And AJ's very capable of keeping up to stumps, but it does mean that Henschel has to worry. Make sure he doesn't lose anything down the leg side. Well, this is the top edge that is flying away, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Now, I won't say it was the most convincing hook shot I've ever seen from Hillman. A bit of a hanging top edge, but with the pace of Henschel, it goes the journey. You can see here the artificial turf, of course. A lot of people say when they watch cricket from here, it kind of looks like a computer game, which I can kind of see what they're talking about. Comeback ball for Dylan. Oh, it's not a good one. And that's going to be hit with more authority. Going to smash into the front row. Maximo! Well, Hillman, he's not there just to poke around. He's making the most of his power play as well. And Henschel, who be disappointed with those last two balls, particularly this one. Again, you see the power of not backing away. Hold your position. Or if anything, get back and across, get in a power position. If you're the batter, taking on a guy like Henschel. And you see, keeper just having a friendly word. I think it is actually a friendly word. Got to say that the cricket here, it's competitive, but also it's played in a very good spirit. And I think that's a very important component of any strong competition. That mutual respect, various levels of cricketer, I suppose, here on the peninsula as well. A cracking shot from Hillman. And he just goes, oh, he's going to get 4 for it. What a shot. Oh, this is like turning the clock back to Steve Waugh in 1989 with his back foot drive. Have a look at this, just a little punch. Oh, that is an absolute banging shot. I thought he was only going to get 1 for it, but he timed it so well. It wasn't that far from the fielder. But, yeah, full value there. Hancock couldn't make the stop. Now, that's very good running from Avinash Pai, and that's precisely why it's dangerous keeping up to the stumps. I think Crom would have struggled to stop that one, but because it was Hillman on strike, he elected to stay back, and now he's going to say, yeah, I'm going to go back up. Likes to keep in the face mask. AJ Crom protects the main angle of the ball off an edge. Good keeping. This is going to be a wide though. Yeah, played a little bit with AJ as well, and he's a really good teammate. Keeps up the energy, keeps up the chat. It's not easy keeping and captaining at the same time. All right, gets this wrong, but is he going to get lucky? He will. Oh, well. Kenroy Nesta has just dropped what might be the easiest catch of 2024. And we saw him going in a kind of an ungainly fashion earlier that resulted in a run out. But this one, it is almost too easy. And big Kenroy with the chest. I mean, I know he must have spent a bit of time in the gym in his life. That one's just bounced straight off it. That's one he won't want to look at again. And meanwhile, Henschel, well, he's nonplussed because he's going to get whacked to the boundary. For the last ball, it's going to be 4. So can you believe that? So the drop catch changes the strike. The last ball gets pogoed for 4. Hillman moves to 23. The good so far. And Tarek 39 without loss. Well, big Keynes, he will probably still be in shock. The decision to bowl Henschel out. Not sure I would have done it. I know hindsight's 20/20, but yeah, well, he won't want to see it again, Kenroy, but he's going to see it again. It was almost like it was too easy. Never got set. Kenroy hasn't really had a night to remember so far. Had trouble keeping that big foot behind the line earlier. Went for a bunch, didn't bat yet. He's just dropped a goober. Anyway, here's Rimmer in over number 4. Struck hard and just away from the fielder. going to crash in the club rooms. Cuatro carreras. And poor Kenroy. I suppose he could have squared up the universe if he'd caught this. But it was struck very, very firmly. Oh, what a shot from Pai. Goes reverse and it spins right on to the middle of the bat. That's 4 more. And so Rimmer, he's pretty predictable in that he's going to bowl a line most of the time outside the off stump. So Avinash waits for it and he smacks it. Chris saying he loves the sound of the bat. Yeah, the acoustics in this ground are fantastic because it has that kind of stadium feel and also kind of some of the big buildings around. All right, Rimmer, food for thought. And this is going to be 6 as well. Maximo! Yeah, he's actually gone super wide there. The umpires that were eagle-eyed. It's probably lucky to get away with it. Anyway, we'll move on. Oh, a bit of a riskier one this time. Rimmer clever, tosses it up. I think he slides in. That's quite an interesting slide as well from Hillman. Kind of slides on his side more than anything. Have a look at this. Basically, he ends up sliding on his back. Like it had gone wrong on the water slide. Yeah, Terry saying he enjoyed Hornchurch and some of their antics in the last ECL. If there's one team that's the most thrilled to be there, I think it might be Hornchurch. They're only there to make up their 35th team as the reigning runners-up because of the additional, or the expanded format, if you like. Rimmer does well to get down to this one. 50's come up as well for Tarek. This is a very strong start. Bearing in mind they made a strong start last time, but just kind of fell away towards the end. This is hit hard and high, and Maximo. Hillman's really come to the party here. It's not the worst ball for Rimmer, but yeah, with that extra batting, they can really afford to go for it here as we hit the end of the 4th over, and the score is 60 without loss. Yeah, speaking of the ECL, I haven't done this yet, so why don't I do? I'll roll a dice, and it's telling me to look at group number 2, Wimbledon, and number 5. Oh, Hornchurch. We were just talking about them, so that's funny. Adil Malik, I think, will be a really important one for them. George Hankins, and the word is they might have Muhammad Irfan Jr., who's played in the franchise system in Pakistan. Very tall right armour, playing at the moment. First grade cricket in Sydney. A lot of people think he should be in the frame for the first class squad for New South Wales, Muhammad Irfan. And yeah, he's got a history with Hornchurch. He played for them, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. And yeah, the word is that they might use one of their wild cards on him. Prague CC, big underdogs in that group. But you know, they've got some mercurial players as well. And I think sometimes they're the sort of players like a Davitsi, like a Tank, Ritik Tomar. Also, you've got players like Aaron Ashokan and the Beast, Sadish Wickramasekara. So you've got these kind of players that can compete with good players. But it's going to be tough. Also, with the Belgians in there, Mechelen Eagles, with Hudinger, the Swedish champions as well. Anyway, let's get back to the action. And it's going to be Bakari who comes into the side. Starts with the ball down the leg side. Crom can't quite cut it off. Gets a glove on it. Is it enough to stop it? I think it is. I think it's well pulled back. They'll come back 3 wide, so 1 for the actual wide and 2 for the extra runs. Yeah, nice bit of work down there by James Scott. Need a wicket, don't they? He's punched away. Well fielded there. Yeah, Bakari He's a bit of a character as well. He premeditates the reverse there. We know he plays it well, Pi. Yeah, this is a strategy. If you can play this shot, it does put the keeper off. Crop does pretty well to glove that one, but also it's the counter to bowlers that do kind of exclusively bowl outside the off stump. Goes straight, Pi, and he likes what he sees. He's going to get 6. Maximo! Yeah, it's a bit like a golfer there. Saw it going straight down the middle. And that was that. Now, it might be, as I recall, I seem to remember Bakari getting out obstructing the field last year. Oh, this one would have been dead in front if he'd missed it, but guess what? He doesn't. And Pyatt chooses a good time to hit the ball. He's going to get 4. And this is, again, it's a premeditated shot. And it's risky. Because if he misses that, I think it's hitting him in front of middle and off. And it's going to be good night, Charlene. But instead, he's going to get 4. So, Tarek, they start at 56% favourites. They're up to 78% at the moment. Good opening partnership. Good captaincy, you could say, by Louis Bruce. With this order, it's working at the moment. Pi doesn't get all of this. Lee Rimmer took a brilliant catch in that position earlier. He just keeps this to 1. And so that's the thing. The longer we go into this inning, so we're pretty much at the halfway point. Without losing a wicket, with the batting they've got to come, they could really pretty much go at everything. You've got maybe Bruce to come in next. Maybe they would go for like a Burns next. Or a Gonzalez. This is up, it's in the air, and this is 6. So Hillman, well, he reads the room, lifts it up and out of here. Bakari goes magical, 20 come off the 5th. And the score after 5 overs, Tarek 80 without loss. So welcome to the new tournament, Jawad Bakari. This complex at Europa Point is multifaceted. Every time I come here, I discover something else that's in here. And I'll say I'm a bit of a snooker and a darts fan. I've heard there's facilities here. 2 sports I love watching, but I think I could train for 100 years and I could never play at a decent level. I don't know how those guys hold their nerve. What about that 16-year-old that is runner-up? Charlie Hunt today said he looks like he's in his mid-30s with 2 kids and a mortgage, but that's what professional darts will do to you. As Pi lifts it away to the leg side for a single. Yeah, darts and snooker. Dave asked me, do I like to play golf? Charlie said, do I like to play golf? Yes and no. Not compelled. This one's just going to sneak down the leg side, but they'll sneak through for leg by. I used to play more golf than I do now. 2 types of cricketer, those that are good at golf and those that aren't. Unfortunately, I'm in the second category. And a slice, I mean, I hit the ball 200, but it only goes 100 because I'm having to aim it so far left to account for the slice. Pi wants 2 here, but he's not going to get it. Kenroy, it's a turn up for the books. He's going to field one cleanly, but he's going to make up for it by giving away an overthrow. Kenroy, tell you what, he'll be spending a bit of time on the naughty step tonight. Now they're going to get another one. I don't even know how they did this. Wow. I think maybe the ball went back to Kenroy, who was busting himself up. A little bit of tennis. Well, we know Wimbledon will be at the ECL. Where did this 3rd one come from? Oh, yeah, it does. Just gets away from the ball. That's very good running, and Pi is a very good runner between the wickets. We've seen that before. No hesitation. So a 1 becomes a 3, and this is going to be even more. This is going to be 4. So Hillman, after a rare triple, hits it down the ground and gets 4. Wow, could be a cricketer, really. Kenroy, I mean, even if he had misfielded, it probably only would have been 2. And somehow he's given away 3, giving Hillman the strike back. Only on ECN. Terry's also mentioned the squash courts. Yeah, you know what? I've been playing a bit of squash. That'll really take it out of you. This is hit into the gap. This is going to be 4. So Hillman, race to the 50 with Avinash Pai at the moment. He's winning now, 43-40. Not the worst ball, really. This is Matt Williams, who's come in, and let's not forget Williams was a superstar in that last game back to earth with a thud. He's got two guys that are going to pretty much go at everything from here, I think, with 10 wickets in hand and a pretty strong middle order to back them up. But right now, they want to be selfish. They want to do it themselves. Williams gone for 12, and he's going to go for more here. That's absolutely mowed leg side. In fact, he's gone all the way. Maximo! Hillman to 49, the team to 99, and Tariq, well, what a change a couple of hours can make. They are 99 for no loss after 6. Now, earlier, after 6 overs, Tariq were well ahead. But then it was a very different story. So, I mean, they're even better this time. They're 99 without loss. In match 1, they were 83 for 3 after 6 overs. They ended up only making 10 off the last 4, and they finished 93 for 8. It was a bit of a calamity, but, well, put it this way, Sloggers, they lost the first 6 overs last time, came back, in fact, took all the points, including the bonus points. So who say they can't do it? And let's not forget, Henschel, he looked bulletproof, didn't he, with the bat in that first game. On the way to his 68 off 25, including 9 towering sixes. Stan Howarth is going to bowl over number 7. He took 1 for 16 in the first game, but I thought he bowled better than that. Seems like he can bowl one side of the wicket. I wonder if Pai will be keen to go the reverse when he sees what he's all about. This is a bit straighter, though. Turned away, and, well, it's good sliding conditions. Oh, good throw, might have him in trouble. Didn't quite carry to Crom. Good dive. Gets Pai home. And this shows he's unselfish here, Avinash, because, I mean, Rimmer's a good fielder. Didn't really get too much momentum in the throw. Had to throw from a standing start. Direct would have been gone, but he's really trying to squeeze every single run as the 100 and the 100 partnership comes up. The first ball to 7th. Pai doesn't really get this, though. And fortunately, goes to Kenroy. And this time, it's only going to be a single. Hillman to 49, though. Gets the strike back. That'll be his 50 of just 16 balls. Hillman has been a good choice at the top of the order. This time he's had a bit more of the strike. 5 Maximos, 4 fours in his half century coming up off just 16 balls. So to give you some context, he's faced 16 balls. 9 of them have gone to the fence or over. Liked his keeping as well. It's a good player. There we go. I thought he might. Pai has a look at Howarth and says, well, I know what you're trying to do. And if you're going to put it there, I'm going to try this on. And it's very hard to defend against this. And it kind of puts the ball back in the bowler's court. So you go straighter. The other thing with the keeper up is that any little deflection is going to run away for 4. So you don't even have to hit it in the middle of the bat. Pai, bit of FOMO, wants that 50 for himself as well. 160 pace here. This is the exact point where it started to go wrong for Tariq last time. I want to be the harbinger of bad news. Oh, well, it does, because he gets rocked on the head. Harvey. Well, if there was such a thing as head bite, this would be it. Just bounces a bit more than he likes. And, well, it just shows you Avinash is a very experienced player, very good player, but wear that helmet. Don't care who you are. And that saved him a trip to the hospital. He's just going to get asked some of the obligatory questions, such as, you know, who's the Prime Minister of the UK? I think they had to take that one out after there was a bit of a revolving door there for a couple of years. But Avi, I think that one, the helmet seemed to take the brunt of the blow there. Howarth suddenly probably thinks he's Brett Lee after that. Oh, he's given him. All right, well, it did come back a fair bit. Hillman's going to go for an even 50. I don't know, this one, it hits him in line, I think, with leg. I'm just eyeballing it. And for me, I had an element of doubt as to whether it was actually in his stumps. Because look at the movement off the pitch. It's a tough one. I mean, the umpire's in the best position. For me, I probably have it just sliding, but something needed to go the Sloggers' way, and it does. And I tell you who wasn't particularly convinced was the bowler. As We'll check this out. Good innings from Hillman, though. Yeah, he's kind of gets the shock of his life when he turns around and says, yeah, well, I was so out I didn't even bother appealing. Well batted, though, by Hillman, who makes 50 off 17. Perhaps a touch unfortunate to be dismissed, but that's cricket, as they say in the classics. 108 for 1. It's also at the end of the 7th over. James Scott to bowl over number 8. And could that be a turning point for Sloggers? They need one. Well, that one is a decent ball on the pitch next door from Scott. It just probably would like that one back. No ball, free hit to come. Pirates versus Rugby CC tomorrow night. Well, some of our fan favourites for both teams there at the same time tomorrow. Matches 3 and 4 on the way. I'll be here at the Rock. Short, smashed, and 50 for Pie. And he gets the Pie and he eats it up. 53 off 27. Good entry to his series, and certainly not going through the 7 stages of grief after losing his opening partner, Hillman. And a couple of words there between the Costa del Sol teammates, Crom and Pie. Probably something like well batted, but I'd like to hit one straight up in the air. We'd appreciate it. Still no Bruce. He's still to bat. Gonzalez is another one. I've listed him a bit lower maybe because he got a hit last game. Better ball from Scott. So I think it's very capable, but the first 2 certainly weren't where he wanted them. No ball off the pitch, free, he gets smashed for 6. Hello to Kroom in the UK, good to have you with us. And Helix watching from Australia. Elsboy. He's a card-carrying lurker, but I'm always happy to see Elsboy in the chat. He falls over literally in this delivery, but it's just pushed away for 1. Well, Iggy, always optimistic. He has that one snicking leg. Fair enough. I mean, that's the thing. Umpire sees it once. The thing that the giveaway for me was how much it actually broke off the pitch. So it actually deviated a fair bit left to right when it bounced. Oh, this is a tough one for Crom down the leg side. Can't quite cut off the angle, and that's going to be 5 wide. So it's the dreaded Minimo. Sloggers, they're going to have their work cut out for them in the second innings of this game. Don't count them out, though. Yeah, so what I will say is our angle, the TV angle, is a long way further back than the umpire even. So the umpire doesn't necessarily see that the same perspective we do, even though they're straight on. They're a lot closer, but that pitch is outside his eye line. So, you know, not going to get into the umpires too much. You can draw your own conclusion. Yes, Pie will get a single this time. Dave says, why? When we don't think something is fair, we say that it's just not cricket. It's just an expression, and it really says a lot about the virtues and the values of cricket being synonymous with fair play and sportsmanship. Well bowled by Scott. He's come back well in this over. It's Gurnam Singh down there that does the field and keeps it to 1. Lorne Burns has made an appearance out there in the middle, so the 2 additions to the Tarek side out there in the middle now. The last ball, the 8th last ball for Scott. Trying to stop this one going magical. And he just might, because that one's in the air. It's skied. And, well, Kenroy can't have anything going his way. There will be a single. Scott comes back well, but he still goes for 17. And Tarek, 125 for 1 after 8. Elsboy has a question. Is Avinash Pai any relation of Shachi Pai? I don't believe so. Although, I could ask Shachi, you know. I'll get back to you, but I don't think so. Loving the interaction. Christopher Ward, yeah, saying cricket is supposed to encapsulate fair play. Great word. So, where are we at? 125 off 8. So it just shows you as well. I mean, we've seen scores going up all around Europe as batters, I think. It's just, number one, they're learning the tools to score quicker, and they're practicing a lot more, these big shots. And this is a very sizable total already. Goes back, carts, and it's going to get past the fielder. Rais Mohammed, who's into the side, he won't be able to make the stop. Yeah, it was a bit of a teaser, wasn't it? 4 runs. Yeah, so 160. Let's say that they get 160 here. That basically means that the Sloggers would need 112 even to keep their point, something like that. Don't think, well, we haven't seen a bonus point win for each side in a double header yet. All right, comes down, and this is a full toss, and it just Tortugas away from Henschel, who's a very good fielder, but just misjudged this one. Check it out in the replay. Maybe it's the artificial turf. If you haven't fielded on it much, it can take some slightly awkward bounces. Have a look here. You see it breaks sideways, and Dylan, lost at sea that time. Pie to 64. Now gets a little edge, and that's going to fly away. So Howarth can't take a trick. He's bowled better than his figures today, Stan Howarth. And Pie, he doesn't care. He just moves to 68, keeps on rocking. Ellsboy says, isn't it the only sport where fair play or spirit is in the rules? Well, I don't necessarily think that's true. I think a lot of sports haven't. But I'm very proud of cricket's role, and I suppose we have an image to uphold, don't we, as well, in the cricket world. And that's a good Yorker. Probably one thing I haven't seen enough of tonight is Yorkers that have been hit. I think a few of them have turned into hanging full tosses. And that's true. Chris saying it's in the preamble before the laws. Yeah, that's true. It's in the rule book. I've said this a few times. I know that's the laws of cricket, but I also, when people use the term rule interchangeably, I don't have a problem with it, and I think we sound a bit pretentious when we're like, well, we don't have rules, we have laws. If you break a law, you should probably go to jail. I don't think you go to jail for overstepping. Oh, this one would have been a handful for Crom, but it ties up Burns, who's not quite found his touch yet, but he'll retain the strike. And at the end of 9 overs, the score is 139 for 1. It's a pretty good comeback from Howarth. It went 4-4-4, but then 0-1 leg by. So kind of 12 off the first half of the over, and then only the 2, if you like, off the second half of the over. All right, they got options. I feel like they might just go Williams because of what he did earlier. Yeah, they will. Took 4 wickets in match 1, but right now he's got none for 18 off his only over. Last over, seatbelts on. Burns steps across and goes leg side, picks out the fielder, Rimmer. No chance of a second. This could be important, kind of holding deliveries. We know Sloggers batted at a frenetic pace earlier on. That's a shot by Pye, who reaches and gets it, and Kenroy, despite the despairing dive, he can't pull it in. Maximo! Avinash Pye, where have you been all my life? I think work commitments kept him out of the first game. I think Tarek could have used him. This guy's made a pile of runs here at Europa Point. Iggy, very, very pleased to see you in the chat. Look forward to seeing you soon, one way or another. All right, this time it's a rolling off cutter, lifted up and out of here. Maximo, back to back. Well, if you do that 3 more times, you'll be the proud owner of a 99 not out, which has only happened a couple of times. Williams is perfectly sums up ECN cricket. 1 game you're up. His first game ever. First over, he took 3 for 1. Finished with 4 for right now. Getting taken to town. Pye wants more. Will he get more? I think it's just 2. Well, assuming he gets there. I have this as a boundary stop because I think it comes off his hand. It slaps off his hand when he's still in the field of play. See here. And then from there, he never touches it again. So that's actually a very, very good stop. But Pye will get the strike back. Could have been 6, instead it's 2. Just 2 to come. 150's up now for Tarek as well. Pye takes on the mid-off, and, well, Kenroy has finally got the highlight. Well, that's the 15 seconds he'll be clipping on his Instagram tomorrow. But Pye's going to go for a stylish 83. Kind of hit high on the bat, didn't it? Again, Williams rolls his fingers on this one. It's kind of like a hybrid. Williams, like a fast off spinner, you could say, or a slow medium pacer. Kenroy remembers how to catch. But let's just say the train's pulled out of the station a bit. Pye goes for 83. Really good knock. He'll get a good reception as well from his teammate. And he leaves his team in very healthy shape. 154 for 2. Just one ball remaining in the innings. And if you hear a lot of applause, it's because there's a healthy crowd in here at Europa Point. Louis Bruce, he won't get a hit in this innings. Don't often see that. Avi does a lot of good work. Coaching as well. Hopefully he just keeps the trousers on long enough for us to pull the camera away. Gonzalez gets to be a flash in the pan here. Williams with his 5th wicket of the night. He has been a bit expensive this time. Terry said he's a bit disappointed not to see Louis bat this innings, but he seems to have made the right choices as captain. That's true. You know, he's definitely been in the back pocket the whole time. They just haven't needed to use him. The pace has been good. Last ball coming up. Big swing and a miss. Crom gets megged. Might as well go for 2 here. Any sort of throw should be gone. And, well, average protection from Gonzalez, who didn't want to make a very long golden duck. As that'll be a bye to finish things off. And Tarek are going to finish 155 for 2 off the 10 overs. So, yeah, just doing some quick calculations. It means that the bonus point target will be 109. So, I mean, sloggers now, they need to make at least 109 to even get a point out of it. And the tables have turned here in match 2 as Henschel came on and did some good things, but also I think just a few times he's been a bit greedy, trying too much, maybe going a bit straight and getting whacked on the leg side. Got to say Hillman batted really, really well. Kenroy dropped a catch, which basically looked like, you know, when you were throwing a plush toy to your grandma when you were a kid, you'd expect her to hold on to it. Kenroy didn't, and then was chasing leather for the next period as these two just went to work, putting on 108 in 7 overs for the first wicket. Rimmer and did bowl badly. This one hits the structures. Pye, well, it's time for the party tricks as well. And you could see how some of his choices put the ball back in the bowler's court, and they were having to adjust their plans or work out whether to stick with them or not. This was the LBW. You can certainly see it at normal speed how you can make an argument for it, but Hillman, he had to go, but didn't slow things down too much because Pye just went berserk as he went past his 50, almost as if he was irritated to be upstaged by the youngster, that he reached the milestone first. Avinash finishing on 83 off 39 balls. Kenroy tastes the artificial turf again. He'd have something to celebrate a little bit later, but just have a look at some of this hitting. That was a good stop. That could be important yet. Skuranam Singh, I think that was able to save 4 runs there, turning a 6 into a 2. Kenroy was finally able to remove Pye off the penultimate delivery. And the last ball snuck away from the keeper for a bye. 155. Tarek, team that topped the table, like I said, 2 years ago here at our first ever ECS in Gibraltar before losing the final. They've got a healthy score on the board here. 155, assisted by 19 extras. That's a few too many as well. But take nothing away from the batting. Avinash Pye with 83 top scores. Hillman, very stylish 50. And he brought up in quick time. In fact, his strike rate was even better than Avinash Pye's. Burns and Gonzalez there towards the end. Wickets for Williams and Howarth, but everyone was a bit expensive there. So, yeah, a bit of a tough one. Should be an interesting second innings. Like I said, they have to bat well just to keep a point. But I think with someone like Henschel, who looked unstoppable earlier, this 156, it's the kind of score we've seen pulled off more and more in the last 12 months on the European Cricket Network. We'll take a quick break, back in a few minutes with the exciting conclusion of a thunderous Thursday here. 6 matches of ECN, and it's going to finish after this. 156, the victory target. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after this break for the final instalment of opening night here in the ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back to Gibraltar. Great to have your company no matter where you're watching from around the world. Well, the lights are on. We are home. We're ready for the second innings of this game. 155 for 2. Tarek putting on a show in the first innings. And so that means that they can kind of square themselves on the table, Tarek, if they can restrict Sloggers to 108 or less. So 109 or more means that Sloggers will get at least a point out of this game. Let's get going straight away, and it's Burns. Gets the first one wrong, and it's going to turn, but not the way that he intended. It's going to be 5 wides. Well, welcome, Lorne. Tough one for the keeper here, Hillman. Kind of gets there, but pretty hyper-technical, but he kind of leaves his right foot behind and doesn't kind of continue the momentum down the leg side. Doesn't really have a prayer. It wasn't an easy take, to say the least. Anyway, Rimmer, he wants a piece of Burns, and he'll get him. Maximo! Again, battle of 2 Costa del Sol teammates. And Burns has gone for 11 off his first ball. That'll be a confidence booster for Rimmer. Interesting also that Henschel doesn't face the first ball. He did earlier on either. That's gutsy stuff from Lee. Struggled with his timing earlier. I don't think he's played a lot. Good to see John Gray popping in as well. This is the last inning of the night, so I feel like random questions kind of is in session as well. All right, here's the matchup I'm looking forward to. Henschel cracked him earlier. He scored 68 out of the 94 that Sloggers put up, chasing the target down 6.3 overs, which handed them the point. They stole the point off Tarek. Bowled by Burns. Oh no, we got some miscommunication, but they're going to get away with it. In fact, it forced the midfield. It's going to be 4. Well, you wouldn't read about it. I do think the run out was on there, but again, maybe because of the sense of the pressure, forced an error, and it's going to go for 4. So Henschel going to top edge this one, and it's going to fly away. This will be 4 more. So Burns, at the moment, bowling a bit like Shane Warne into the footmarks on day 5, but he's not getting that kind of assistance. And Henschel, I'd say he's 100% in control of this shot. Bit of a top edge, but Boris Darrow, who's into the side, he had no chance of doing too much about that. So yeah, 20 without loss after 4. You can see the target down there, 156. In brackets, that's the target, if you like, the target for Sloggers to keep their point. So if they can achieve 109. So you saw on the other graphics, at 108 or less for Tarek to get a point. Up in the air, off the end of the bat, hanging a long time and gone. So that's a huge moment, and Louis Bruce, he doesn't drop too many at all. So Burns, he has a bit of a hairy start, but I think he traded those 20 runs for the wicket of Henschel, who gets dismissed for the first time on the network. He's going to go for only 8 in this one. Just off the end of the bat, you could see it held up. Louis Bruce did the rest. And Sloggers 20 for 1, lose a key man. In fact, it's the first wicket that they have lost tonight. So that means we'll see someone that isn't Henschel or Lee Rimmer. And that looks like Howarth under that helmet. It is Stanley Howarth. Good catch by Louis Bruce. And catches win matches, as they say in the classics. Let's not forget that, let's just say, not everything was held in the first innings. Had a good question about our sponsors. Dave asking, no more Bizaway, maybe not the trailer, but Bizaway, they're still our partners. It is true, different events, sometimes different naming sponsors. That's why sometimes you see them coming and going. Drifts in from Burns. And Charles, I'll give him 10 points for the fielding and maybe 3 points for the throw. End of the first over, and Sloggers 21 for 1. You don't have to wait too long for action. Yeah. One hand pickup. It's a bounce throw. That's fine. Yeah, so the LBs combining for the first wicket of Henschel, Louis Bruce and Lorne Burns. 12 matches since the Golden Ball. I will say that I actually don't think we've ever had a Golden Ball in Gibraltar. We've gotten close. We've had some very close games. In fact, last year's final was a last ball thriller. And who could ever forget Italy beating the Netherlands in the first ever women's ECI? That was something as well. All right, so Avinash Pai comes on to bowl. Howarth will just push. He might get more than one now, in fact. Well, I'd say it was particularly orthodox, but I think they do make the stop in the end. Come back for 2. Look here. It's almost like a potentially studs up yellow card job, but in the end, it'll be 2 to Howarth. Push and run this time. Yeah, so I mean, to be on target in the game, you need to kind of be going at, say, 31 per 2 overs. So they're good little mini markers. Dave asked a random question. Let me have a look. Pitch is outside leg stump, so it can't be out, but we'll get through for a leg by. Maybe the random question was about our sponsors, yeah. To have Paramatch on board as well. A lot of people working hard to keep the lights on at the European Cricket Network. Yeah, good shot by Howarth. I think the trick with Pai is he's not going to turn too many sideways. So you just play him as kind of like a slow medium bowler. See here? That's just pretty much straight up and down. And so he kind of reflects it like a mirror where he tries to hit that ball. Good batting. Yeah, straight up. Howarth. Well, he's going to get 4. I thought the fielder might be able to make the stop, but Jackson couldn't. So that'll be the end of the over. In fact, no, we might have 1 ball to go. So score's up to 33, so kind of keeping it on the red line or just above at the moment. This one's a dropping full toss, and Howarth gets just enough to get it over the fielder, and that'll be 4. So, Sloggers, no Dylan, no worries so far. They keep ahead of where they need to be. 37 for 1 after 2. Hey, Dave, okay, his question was about when we say that it's not cricket. I think we talked about that earlier, didn't we? Cricket's synonymous with fair play, and that's a good reputation to have. Sloggers, I need 109 minimum to get a point out of the game, and if they do that, they will guarantee that they will be top of the table. Probably will anyway, given the net run rate boost they got in the first game. Louis Bruce, he's captaining the side. It's got to be a good experience for him as well. Has some other senior guys in the team to kind of consult as well. The first one's not good though. Oh, it's whacked. And in fact, it's taken a piece of the field. I've got a feeling this is a no ball though. Hopefully he's all right there. And Puri, let's have a look. I think that's a no ball. Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to call that. Despite Sims getting the way it was called, actually. So it's going to be a free hit. So, yeah, it wouldn't have been chance for a catch anyway. Bruce trying to go Yorker, now go slower ball. Clever bowling. So just be a single. John Gray asking, do we have confirmation of the ECS venue in France yet? Good question. I believe it's at the ground in Dreux. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's where it'll be. This is drag leg side. And that's going to be another boundary. So Slogger's doing a good job. Rimmer hasn't had a lot of the strike so far, but he just seems to be a bit more in touch. Gurunam has done some good things tonight. This time he does the fielding on behalf of the opposition. I think a lot of people are loving the sound of the ball on the bat here. Yes, the crack. Yeah, good slow ball. Now this slow ball, when his arm comes over, just have a look. The back of his hand is facing the batter. See there. And so this ball actually drops. See, look at the way it drops. Because that overspin, a normal ball that you bowl will actually have a certain degree of backspin on it. But that overspin creates that tipping effect. Oh, wow. Well, to call this a chance might be a little bit unfair. It almost blows Bruce's fingers off, and Howarth gets 4. Long series, Louis, so he thinks about it, but then he's also, he's completely committed to the return catch. Great shot by Howarth. We didn't see him bat earlier, obviously, because they won the game by 10 wickets. Originally, Howarth was listed to open and Rimmer at 3, but they decided to open with Rimmer. It's worked out okay for them so far. He got Howarth first drop. Not wasting any time. Jeez, we're seeing some big scores tonight. He might have done another bat. How many bats has he done tonight? He might be having a laugh because I'm pretty sure Lee cracked a bat earlier. He might be running up a bit of a debt here. It must be a decent crack. Again, I like to see lots of smiles. Everyone's excited to have ECN cricket back. Of course, Europe-wide after our kind of 3 full weeks with no cricket, almost 4. Now it just loses shape here a touch. Good comeback from Bruce. Yeah, so it's all about having fun. It's all about, I suppose, including as many places and players and teams that we can. It's the thing about ECN. I mean, yes, it's essentially a company. And most companies, they're there to turn a profit, but that's not really what ECN's all about. This is hit down the ground, hit hard. Oh, would have been gone, but he spiked the throw. It bounced over the stumps in the end. That'll be the 50 up, end of the power play. It's 50 for 1. A better throw. It looks to be more or less on line. Bruce couldn't quite get back to the start, so he's gone by a couple of steps there. So, yeah, looking the goods at the moment. 11 ahead on the comparison. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, ECN, we'd love to be making millions and we can pump it back into European cricket, but as it is, it's kind of really satisfying to be growing at the rate we've been growing. So here's Mapuri, who opened the bowling earlier and he got smacked around a bit, but he'll be pretty happy that he won't have to deal with Dylan Henschel, who is already out. Groom has a random question, and I like it. He says, was the Western Cup, actually it's the Western Shield, it's just the naming, Groom. Was it devised after chatting during the week last year? I think it was in, where were we? Was it? I can't remember. But we were talking about, it might have been in Rome. Was it Rome? Around September. Mipuri, though, be keen to make amends. And it's a good ball. Extra bounce. Bit overspin that time. And jumps past the outside edge of Howarth. Yeah, that's where it started, Kroom. So again, the power of the chat. Great ideas. We had this idea. It's cracked by Howarth, and it's going to be thrown away. Pye, brilliant stop. But he'll just be frustrated that he couldn't throw this to a teammate or back to himself. But he just had no, he knew he was running so fast that he could have just like pivoted on one step and get back. Look, he's full on sprinting, and look at him throw it away just in time. Again, if he'd thrown it a bit further, there was a fielder hovering nearby. Now he's back in the action again. Well, Pye says, well, that's fine, because the very next ball, I'll get another opportunity. This time, he has no problem staying inside the field of play, and it's Rimmer who's going to go for an unlucky 13. 51 for 2. Kenmirpuri putting it in good spots. That's the one before where Howarth, well, he could have been gone. He survived, but Rimmer didn't. Again, it wasn't really one nor the other, was it? Didn't really try to go up and over the fielder. Didn't keep it on the ground. And although he hits it hard, a fielder of the caliber of Avinash Pye, he's not dropping too many. So both openers gone, and let's see what the Sloggers middle order are bringing to the table. It's big K-Ness. Well, wouldn't he love to have an impact with the bat? First time we'll see him with a stick in the series.
I should be doing that.
That was a brilliant catch, and just look at their fielders they've got around the ground. They've got some very good ones. They've got Burns, they got Bruce, they got Avinash Pye there. They're kind of stacked. Just sneaks inside, so Mipuri finding it a lot easier this game. Yeah, so Western Cup, or Western Shield, I should say, correct? It's the best of Europe against a composite British Isles side, or British and Irish Knights, they will be called. British and Irish Knights versus Team Europe. All right, Nesta on 0. He'll get off 0, but only just, as that was perilously close to Avinash Pye. Howarth has a bit more responsibility now. Miripuru's been brilliant, 1 for 2. One of those was a throwaway single from Avinash Pye. Howarth threatens to advance, and he carves it out through point. That'll be 4. Great shot. Didn't chicken out, even though Miripuru's trying to say, oh, hold on, I got it away from him. I got it a bit quick. I thought I did everything right, and he probably did. But it's going to be 4. And good over nonetheless from Miripuri. And he goes for 6 and picks up the wicket. 56 for 2 after 4. Yeah, Kroom thinks it was in Rome. Yeah, I think it was. And I think, well, Corey was with me, and that would make sense. Corey was with me for the first week in Rome last year in the ECS before Nish took over. So yeah, we might even have some information as far as squads. I also heard, so we might have that during the ECL. I actually heard there might be a couple of spots left open. So if people play well in the ECL, then they could potentially be picked. All right, Lee Sims comes on. And well, Kenroy not interested in the single, and he almost, well, it's kind of like troubles following Kenroy around tonight, isn't it? You can see that he didn't trust his partner's call. He said, you know what, I don't think there's a run, so turn around. And then there was some thought of an overthrow. Side against it. Kenroy at his best, he absolutely murders the cricket ball. And we've seen him do it sometimes. Even seen him doing it at the Cartmore Oval. But you could just feel he's that internal thing of maybe it's not my night, the way things have been going, but can he come back from that? He'll get away to the other end, although that was a clean pick up there from Hillman behind the stumps. It was half a chance for a run out for Howarth. Tarek. Probably few if they can get through Howarth here, they're home and hosed. Unless we see a K-Ness turnaround. Just one here, Lee Sims. I suppose one way you describe it is, kind of had the yips with his bowling for a while, but he certainly seems to be looking the goods here at the moment. It's a bit of a throwback, Lee. All right, Nestor wants it. And instead he's going to have to go. Great catch by Bruce. And Kenroy's miserable night comes to an end with 1 of 6 to his name. Again, I think he picks this. It's a slightly slower delivery from Sims. And he kind of tees it up, and he's just hoping that he gets it close enough to the middle that it goes the journey. But you see here, he waited on his shot slightly, but, oh, poor Kenroy. He's had a bit of a night to forget. And you can see here, frustrated, didn't really leave the crease. Sims acts like it's all part of the plan. Maybe it was. Kenroy, what you will say though, still 6 more matches in this series. Potentially finals to make an impact. But right now he has to go for 1. And it's 58 for 3. Had a question from Dave asking where's Nish? Because yeah, we are in Cyprus. So normally we would have Nish doing Cyprus if he's available, of course. He's had some issues with his studies for a while. But he is doing his military service. It's compulsory in Cyprus to do 6 months. So I think he's out of action until the end of May. And so there's a chance. So on the calendar at least, we could be back in Cyprus in June. So hopefully Nish is available by then. Okay. AJ Crom comes out to bat. Last ball of the 5th. AJ hits and runs. It just really shows you, as they get an overthrow as well, but what it shows you is when you don't hesitate, there's so many runs there. Hit that straight at the fielder. And instead of none, he gets 2, so 60 for 3 after 5. Coming up tomorrow is day 3 in Cyprus. In fact, it's our very first Peacock Friday of the season. We'll kick things off with Marco versus the Tigers in Cyprus, followed by Limassol Calendars versus BF Cyprus, British Forces Cyprus. Interesting team. 6:45 a.m. GMT in the morning. It's 7:45 in Central Europe, 12:15 in India. Yeah, but a few points were made today. I think Charlie mentioned BF Cyprus. You'd assume we come back to the action here with Mepuri getting bowled out. Howard steps across, but he'll only get a single. For a team that are British Forces, you assume they want to camouflage, but they have bright pink uniforms. And the other thing is, I think their batting's held up. Their bowling, oh my word, they've been absolutely taken to the cleaners, BFC, in their first couple of days, so that's something they need to sort out. This one's hit towards mid-wicket by Crom, but good stop. I'd call them like the wall of 3. You've got Avinash Pai, then you've got Louis Bruce, and you've got Burns kind of guarding that kind of long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. And so, yeah, 3 very good fielders there. All right, Howarth, does he get this right? He does, just Maximo. As Mepuri gets hit out of the ground for the first time tonight. And Howarth playing a good knock here, keeping his team in it. He moves to 34. I think he was a bit worried when he first hit it whether it had enough, but in the end it sailed over the rope. And that's one way you can deal with good fielders. Just hit it straight over their head. Oh, great keeping actually from Hillman. I think this is a deliberate ploy by Mepuri to get Howarth stumped if he's charging, but it's kind of a fake charge from Howarth. Gets the wide though. Oh, this is up, it's in the air, and it's gone. So Howarth goes for 34, and suddenly, I mean, it's quite possible that Tarek could take all the points here and keep sloggers 108 or lower. Howarth batted well, but this is kind of outside half of the bat. It's a thick outside edge that flies to the backward point region. And yeah, catch is important. I mean, that was pretty well taken. That's kind of moonwalk back out of the circle. And Mirapuri, oh, he likes it. And you know, he loves to celebrate. Didn't have too much to celebrate earlier. But yeah, it's Thomas Bedson that takes the catch. But yeah, Tom did really well the way he kind of judged that. Saw it was going back. decided not to turn with the flight of the ball, thought he could run backwards quick enough to stay square on with the ball. So, yeah, really good fielding. And this will bring Matt Hancock to the crease. Dave said he loves watching cricket from Cyprus because that's where he first watched ECN, and also he was drawn Cyprus in the ECC sweepstakes. Hey, so when we get closer to the time, maybe a few days before ECL, should we do another sweepstakes? Was that popular? Would you like to do that again? Hancock, nice looking cut, gets off the mark. Doesn't go too far. So just have a look. At the moment, we've got 25 balls left. They need 39 to get a point. I think that's what you're looking at now. It's pretty rare. We could have 2 thrashings, but different teams thrashing each other. Tries to reverse, Crom. AJ's, he's not really a big hitter, but he's a clever batter. I think, he's industrious. As we get to the end of the 6th over, and the score is 70 for 4. Yeah, so a little bit worried about where you might go from here. All right, so Burns coming back. Pretty good guy to be able to bring back as well, isn't he? All right. Giddy up. Here's Burns. First one, turns away and it's going to be gone. Well, he clutches it, Lee Sims. It was in his orbit, and Hancock's going to have to go for just a single, and really, Tarek are looking good to take all 4 points here. The way things are going, 70 for 5, and Burns has 2. And Sims, well, not the coaching manual, but I guess the result is what matters. New batter comes out, James Scott. Yeah, so yeah, you can see the secondary target now kind of keeps this game alive to an extent. You know what they actually need is that 86 off 23. Not going to happen, but the 109, that's still on. But they're going to have to bat well. Right now, I mean, you've got Burns still to roll 5 balls. It's hard to see a path to them even making that. Oh, that could be gone as well. It's great bowling by Burns. Rips it past the outside edge, and looks to me like Scott stumped for a gold, and we'll see it on the replay. But certainly his bat doesn't get back, so it's all about the back foot. Does he drag that back foot? I feel like he does, but this will tell the story. Oh yeah, he's gone comfortably. Smart work by Hillman as well. Really smart work. Oh well, gives Derek something to do though. Derek seems to have been working on his sprinting. Oh no, don't go over there. You don't want Derek following you out there. Right now, things going from bad to worse. And who knows, the way this game's going, maybe they could finish top of the table tonight, Tarek. Scott. It's got done by a good ball there, really. Can understand he wants to attack. Kind of gets drawn forward, and that's always what a leg spinner's trying to do, trying to get the ball. They're pitching at a length where it's not too full. It's full enough that draws you forward, but not so full that you can actually get to it. A few people said, yeah, let's do the sweepstake again. Okay. Remind me, week 4 Barcelona. Also, what can I tell you? It's been quite a fast pace tonight, so we haven't had too much time to chat. Oh, yeah. Well, ball. This is a hat-trick ball for Burns. Oh, you know what? I actually got a sneaky feeling this might have been out, but I reckon that Whelan blocks the camera. Check it out on the replay. Oh, that was so close. Hat-trick ball, but look, I just got a feeling that, I know he breaks it with his foot. So, okay, that's not going to be out. Let's go back to the action. I was too busy watching Whelan in the foreground. Bakari's new batter, by the way. And he takes it on straight away, but it goes in the air and it's high. It's another catch for Bruce. And Tarek have called the cavalry and they've done the job. Burns has 4. And just remember how his spell started earlier in the first over. He went for, I think it was 20 off his first 4 balls. But now have a look at his, in fact, yeah, he hasn't conceded a run since. So actually, his last 6 balls, he's got 4 for 0, and well, there's a leg by in there. But let's call it 4 for 1. But that's a pretty big turnaround. You can see why Burns is so difficult at this level. You know, when you get into the middle and lower order, trying to deal with him. So yeah, what else can I tell you? So we'll have a special guest commentator in Barcelona for 4 weeks. And you can look her up, actually. It's Georgie Parker, who's done a bit of commentary around the world, but Georgie's going to be with us for 4 weeks, and she's pretty busy because she's a former Olympic hockey player for Australia, now doing a bit of media stuff, and she's an avid follower of European cricket, so we're really happy to have her for 4 weeks. Oh, what a ball. 5 for Burns. And he's just ripped this past the outside edge of Williams. Williams comes, Williams goes, and Lorne Burns take a bow. 5 for 20. And his last 7 balls now, he's taken 5 for none. That's right, he had none for 20. Now he's got 5 for 20. And this is sweet. Williams looks like the West Indian or South African middle order of the mid-90s. Against the late, great king of spin, Shane Warne. As Burns got a shot at 6 here. And really start the car time. So it's funny, we haven't had a century or a hat-trick yet, but we've had 2 5-wicket hauls. Crazy. To be honest, what do you do here? Block it, yeah. Bring in the slips. He's left-handed. He's done everyone perfectly there. Lorne Burns. Good bowler. What a guy to be able to bring in. He's a guy at Burns that's even captained Spain a couple of times in T20 international cricket. So, all right, we've still got the 2 slips, the leg slip in. Can Lorne get 6? Oh, he can get 6! Unbelievable. In fact, it's a hat-trick to finish. And Lorne Burns, after he had none for 20, he takes 6 for none in his last 8 balls. And it's almost all done. Can you believe it? 70 for 9. Yeah, well, it was a shot. Suppose it's not going to win any beauty contests, but Lorne Burns, well, it just shows you how much it means to him as well. 6 for 20. And he becomes only the 12th player on ECN to get a 6-wicket haul as well. So what a result. Oh, and he finishes with a hat-trick. And I'm pretty sure Lorne got a hat-trick last year. In fact, yeah, he did in the ECC on opening day. Coming up tomorrow, Pirates versus Rugby CC. And that should be a brilliant couple of matches as well. Pirates defending champions. Rugby CC, well, they were pretty competitive last year as well. I can tell you, you might see it tomorrow night. Look, we don't have the teams in yet, but you've got players like Andrew Reyes for the Pirates. You've got Richard Cunningham, good to see him back again. David Robeson is listed. Bernie Burchick as well. He's a very interesting story. He's an American youngster living in the Netherlands. And then you got Rugby CC. A lot of people will be asking about Ian Latine. Well, he's listed in the squad. You've got a former Nigerian international, Adebayo Ataloye, in there. Kieron Stagno, though, is a pretty big name in there. Joey Marples, good to see him back as well. He's on commentary not too long ago. And Zach Simpson, one of my personal favourites, the Energizer Bunny. So, yeah, stay tuned tomorrow night. It should be a good one. We'll be right here, same time, starting at 5:45 GMT, 6:45 Central Europe. All right, well, Bruce can finish things off with one more wicket here. And Reyes Mohammed is going to be the new batter. So coming out at 11. But yeah, what a stunning turnaround. So there's no way they're getting that 109. So it's going to be, like I said, 2 smashings, but a square series. And big swing and a miss now. Sting's kind of gone out of this game now. What a performance. Lorne Burns, 6 for 20. And he was on a hat-trick twice in the over. I'll have to go back. No, he wasn't. I was scared I missed a hat-trick, but no, 6th ball of his first over was leg by, and then the second over. It's a 5-wicket maiden. In fact, it's only the second time it's ever happened. Deesh Baneka did it in Switzerland in 2020. So it's a quintuple wicket maiden. That's not a bad shot by Reyes. He's just going to belt it for 4. Reyes looks like he should be batting a bit higher on the basis of that. But yeah, what a difference a couple of hours makes. That's the beauty of cricket, and in particular this format, I think. Get 2 down on yourself, pick yourself up. And that'll do it. So Bruce breaks through and sloggers all out 75. It's a large margin of victory in the end. And I'll have to see with the net run rate, but I have a feeling that win was big enough to put Tareq right to the top of the table. 155 to 75, your final here. And that one angling in. Bruce, the skipper, finishes things off. So, I mean, look, both teams have something to shout about. I think what you're seeing here is that this is going to be a really competitive series. I think all 5 teams have good players. Saw such a difference there when they were able to bring in someone like a Burns, someone like an Avinash Pai. Those 2 both starred, didn't they? So this is what's coming up tomorrow. Pirates versus Rugby, starting 5:45 PM GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe and 11:15 in India. And don't forget, the next cricket you'll see will be tomorrow in Cyprus. But first, let's take a moment, and Lorne Burns will take about only the 2nd player, and actually the first in 3.5 years, to take a 5-wicket maiden. Well, you know what? He was only one off the ultimate perfect over, 6 for 0. So he wasn't too far away, was he? But you just got to tip your hat sometimes. And yeah, quite incredible that he had none for 20 and ended up with 6 for 20. And I think that's man of the match stuff, if you ask me. Let's go back and have a look at Burns. Well, it didn't start too well for him, did it? Because he got smacked around a little bit. In fact, his first ball was a minimo, and it wasn't looking too good at that stage. But he would have the right of reply later. And Louis Bruce, he caught very well. I think he captained very well, if I'm honest. First time I've seen him in charge, but he had some good players to kind of lean on, didn't he, as well? And that made a big difference. Avinash Pai, though, couldn't end up turning that into a catch, but he was very, very expert in the way that he was able to keep it in play, and then he didn't have to wait too long because the very next ball, he got his opportunity. And Louis Bruce, again, so athletic, and Kenroy, well, he'll just need to put his head on the pillow and wake up tomorrow and go again, because he just didn't have too much to shout about. Got to say, some bright points in there. I like the batting of Howarth. I think he showed a lot, but when he fell for 34, we're looking at the proverbial mountain, or here you might call it the rock, Mipuri. What a difference the game makes. He ended up doing a pretty good job, and kind of everything was going Tariq's way, wasn't it? And then, well, it fell away pretty quickly as Burns went to town. And, yeah, really, it was history in the making. 5 for none in that over. He takes 6 for none in an 8-ball spell. And it's just insane stuff, really. And it's exactly the kind of stuff we love to bring you here on European Cricket Network. Stuff that you won't really see anywhere else. Bruce finished things off after the hat-trick of Burns. And that was that. Only 75. Again, it shows you how unpredictable this is going to be. And, well, as they go off, Lorne Burns, he leads his team off, and why not? Looking at the scorecard, well, it was kind of, it was all right for a while, but just have a look at how that fell away, and it was just a gaggle of ducks in the end. 3 Goldens and a second baller for Bakari. And Burns absolutely cut through them like a knife. 75 there. Actually all out with 14 balls left on the table. What an epic collapse that was. Looking at the figures, well, 6 for 20, including a 5-wicket maiden. That's not a bad night at the office in anyone's book. And it was kind of crazy. They lost their last 7 wickets for 6. It was just downhill stuff. 2 for Mapuri was pretty good as well. Bruce and Sims with a wicket apiece. And, well, Lorne Burns, take a bow. You will be hat-trick number 1 for the season. In fact, you know, last year Umar Tariq of Austria, he took 2 hat-tricks in one innings, and he was at the top of the tree. Lorne almost does that as well. 6 for 20. In fact, he becomes, I think it's the 12th person to take a 6-wicket haul, not just a 5-wicket haul, takes a 6-wicket haul here. And he joined Sohail Ahmed, who was able to do it on opening day for the Limassol Calendars. So I want to say big thank you to everyone out there, and it's been a crazy day, really. But that's what it's all about, really. ECN Cricket is back. We're back with a bang. We are going to provide thrilling entertainment and unpredictability throughout this season with over 1,800 matches scheduled on the network this year. If we get anything close to that, it's going to be something very, very special. I want to thank everyone in the chat as well. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been great to be back. And hopefully you can join us for more action tomorrow. So Pirates versus Rugby, that's when you'll see me tomorrow night. That's 5:45 p.m. GMT, 6:45 Central Europe, 11:15 in India. So that's the late shift, and Pirates and Rugby, I think that'll be a really good contest as well. As far as when you'll see the next cricket on ECN, well, that's not too far away. I think it's probably maybe 9 hours away. It'll be Rico and Charlie taking through day 3. Marco versus the Tigers and the Calendars versus BFC. Let's see if BFC can sort out their bowling, because they're scoring big runs, but they're also going for big runs. So I'll certainly be tuning in. So join me in the chat if you like. And Rico and Charlie will be standing by. Oh, before we go, I want to say a big thank you once again to everyone here at the ground for making us feel so welcome, as we always are here at Europa Point. And looking forward to the next 10 days, what it might bring. I think it's going to be super exciting, and I wouldn't expect anything less. Thanks to all the Blue Crew, to Paolo, who's running the show here in Gibraltar for the Blue Crew, and everyone else, to all the players, the officials, the umpires, I think did a great job tonight as well. So it was great, but it's only just beginning. Well, on that note, we might just leave you with some of the best bits of opening night here at The Rock, and it was rock-solid action. Join me, Mr. Maximo, for more action as night 2 isn't too far away, but the next stop is Cyprus on the European Cricket Network Roadshow. From everyone here on the ground in Gibraltar and everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, have a safe evening. I'll see you tomorrow for more action from The Rock, but for now, it's hasta mañana.